Welcome back, Naibi. It's great to have you here again. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. A fun fact about the 2007 Ferrari F430 GTC is that it was specially built for racing and was part of Ferrari's effort in the American Le Mans series. It featured a lightweight design and a powerful V8 engine, making it a favorite among racing enthusiasts. It also had a unique aerodynamic body kit that helped it perform better on the track, showcasing Ferrari's engineering excellence. Thank you so much for subscribing, and a big shout out to Naibi for gifting the subscription. I really appreciate your support. It means a lot to keep the stream fun and lively. Thanks again. Hey everyone! Welcome back to the stream! It's great to see so many familiar faces returning. We've got some exciting AI car races lined up today, so sit back and enjoy the action. Glad to have you all here again. Hey everyone! If you want to see which cars you've locked in, just type !car in the chat. It's a quick and easy way to check your selections and stay on top of your game. Give it a try! Welcome back, Mavericks. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races today. Wow! A big thank you to our random viewer for subscribing at Tier 1. And a special shout out to Naibi for gifting that subscription. I really appreciate your support. It means a lot to keep the stream fun and lively. Thanks so much, everyone. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that in this race, overtaking other cars gives you extra points. So starting at the back might actually be a good strategy, because you have more cars to overtake. Sometimes starting further behind can be more exciting and rewarding than being at the front right away. So don't be surprised if the driver at the very back is climbing their way up and gaining more points than the leader. Hey Nickanina 196. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that in this race, overtaking other cars gives you extra points. Starting at the very front isn't always the best strategy because you might miss out on those valuable points from overtaking drivers. Sometimes, starting further back can actually help you rack up more points by passing more cars along the way. So keep watching and see if any of our AI cars figure out the best way to climb up the field. Hey everyone, the clock is almost out. Make your selections now if you want your favorite car to race. Don't miss out on the fun. Welcome back, Wayne the Train. Glad to have you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. Hey Jazz, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race, so sit back and enjoy the action. Both of these cars are pretty fantastic for racing at Road America. The Porsche 911. The RSR is known for its precision handling and stability, especially on the twists and turns of that track. On the other hand, the Dodge Viper GT22cc is famous for its raw power and straight-line speed. I would say it really depends on the specific track sections. The Porsche might have the edge on the corners and technical parts, while the Viper could shine on the long straightaways. For this race, I think the Porsche might have a slight advantage overall because of its agility and balance, but the Viper's power will definitely make it exciting to watch. Let's see how it all plays out. Welcome back, King Mabel, Target 3, and Nasta Maiki. It's great to see you all here again. We're about to watch some exciting AI car races, so get comfortable and enjoy the show. Welcome back to the stream, Alnet Society. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races today. Thanks to Lord of the Jungle for requesting this race. We're at Road America now, and in the GTS class, starting on pole is Playboy Fenty in a sleek 24 Ferrari F360G. Let's see how he does. The race just kicked off with Playboy Fenty taking the lead, Lickney 96 in second, and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to second place, Lickney 196, and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for second. Someone is moving up to sixth place. Shadow Army is now in 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Electric Mary is gaining on Rebel Kitty 338, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Electric Mary and Rebel Kitty 338 are battling closely for 4th place. Jackal is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Gina Jones is making moves, now in 19. Amazon Eliza Stale is also advancing, now in 25th. Rebel Kitty 338 is advancing to 5th place. Amin San has moved up to 8th place. Bobardo and Tenka Meme 704 are battling closely for 9th place. Ahmed San has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Electric Mary and Amundsen are battling closely for 7. Bobada has gained 1 position to be in 9th. Bobado and Electric Mary are fighting hard for 8th place. Joey is making a strong push, now in 24th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Naiba has also gained 1 position, now in 10th place. Tenkamin 704 has moved up 2 spots to take 9th place. Electric Mirror and Tenkamin 704 are battling closely for 9. Naiba and Electric Mirror are also fighting hard for 10. Naiba moves up 1 spot to take 10th place. Samtet and Electric Mary are battling closely for 11. Navrix and Easy6 are fighting hard for 13. King Mabel is closing in on Playboy Carti rapidly, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Samtert has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Ezerjix has also gained 1 position, now in 12th place. Ezerjix and Samtert are battling closely for 11th place. Amazon Eliza Stela is gaining on King Mabel, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Amin Sen and Jackal are battling closely for 6th place. Deplorably has moved up 1 spot to 14. Bobardo is now in 7th place, moving up 1 spot. Bobardo and Jackal are fighting closely for 6th place. Amansan and Bobardo are also in a tight battle for 7. Amy is now in 14th place. Deplorably and Electric Murray are battling closely for 15. Jazz and Naga 77 are fighting hard for 17. Ken coming in 704 has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Amundsen and Tenkamen in 704 are battling closely for 8th. Jazz has gained one position and is now in 17th. Naiba and Amundsen are battling closely for 9th place. Deplorable has moved up one spot to 15th. Electric Mary and Deplorable are fighting hard for 15th position. The driver moving up one spot is now in 3rd place. Jazz has gained one position and is now in 16th place. Knolga 77 has also moved up one spot and is now in 17th place. Gina Jones and Team Mabel are locked in a close fight for 21st place. Shadow Army is gaining ground, moving up one spot to 27th. Bobardo and Jackal are battling closely for 6th place. Navrix has gained one position and is now in 11th. Maya is closing the gap on Joey, cutting it down by 1 second. Bobardo is climbing to 5th place. Navrix is gaining on Naibe, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Electric Mary and Playboy Cardi are battling closely for 18th place. Hingle McCringleberry and another racer are battling closely for 3rd place. Jackal is gaining ground and has moved up to 6th place. Amundsen is also climbing and is now in 8th place. Naiba moves up one spot to 8th place. Rebel Kitty 338 and Naibi are battling closely for 7th. Ezeshix advances one position to 12th. Playboy Carti has moved up one spot to 16th place. Knal Ga77 and Playboy Carti are close together in 16th place. Amazon Nila Hisistela and Electric Murray are battling for 18th place. Bobardo is now just a second behind Hingle McCringleberry in 4th place. They are battling closely. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Jackal and is now only a few seconds behind in 6th place. The fight for those positions is heating up. Knalga 77 has dropped back to 23rd place. Someone is closing in on Lichkanin and 196, cutting the gap by 1 second. Bobardo has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Naibe is gaining on Jackal and has cut the gap by over a second. Navrix and Rebel Kitty Pilayashuru, 138, are fighting closely for 9th place. Ezeshix and Samtiat are also in a tight duel for 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Bobardo are fighting hard for 4th place. Navrix is climbing up one spot to take 9th. Rebel Kitty 338 and Navrix are close in the battle for 9th. Lichtenine 196 is trying to defend against someone for second place. Sam Tirt and Rebel Kitty 338 are still close for 10. Amy and Azur6 are battling hard for 12. Tenkamanian 704 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Bobardo has moved up 1 place to take 3rd. Ingle McCringleberry has also moved up 1 spot to 4th. The driver struggling has dropped back to 31st place. Bobardo and Lichtenine 196 are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Naibe is gaining ground and has moved up to 5th place. Bobardo has moved up to 2nd place. Navrix is gaining on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Target 3 and No for Life are battling closely for 25th position. Bobardo is now just 1 second behind Playboy Fenty. Jazz and I are battling closely for 12th place. Playboy Cardi is gaining on Deplorable Evil, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is closing in on Navrix, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Lichtenine 196 has also gained 1 position, now in 2nd place. Azur6 is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Jazz is making a strong push, now in 10th. Deplorable is also advancing, now in 11th. Naiba has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Azur6 is now less than a second behind Navrix. Shadow Army is gaining on Electric Marie, closing the gap by just over a second. Jackalo is now in 4th place. Navrix and Amundsen are battling closely for 6th place. Shadow Army has moved up to 21st place. Naibe is just ahead of Lichtenine 196 in 2nd place. Navrix is slightly ahead of Amundsen in 6th place. Deplorable is holding a narrow lead over Jazz for 10th place. Navrix is now in 6th place, moving up 1 spot. Navrix and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 5th place. Amundsen and Navrix are also fighting for 6th place. Jekyll and Naibe are battling closely for 3rd place. Navrix has gained 1 position and is now in 5th. Amundsen has also moved up 1 spot into 6th. Navrix and Amundsen are fighting hard for 5th place. Amundsen Elizastado is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining ground, closing the gap by over 7 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Kazushuk is climbing fast, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Naiba has gained 2 spots and is now in 2nd place. Lichtenine 196 and Jackal are battling closely for third place. Amundsen is gaining on Lichtenstein 196, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Deplorably, Apple has moved up to 9th place. No for Life has dropped to 31st position. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap rapidly. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 16. Maya and King Mabel are battling closely for 15th place. Navrix has moved up to 5th place. Amundsen and Navrix are battling closely for 5th. Gina Jones is closing in on Playboy Cardi, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amundsen has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Navrix and Amundsen are battling closely for 5th position. Ezer6 is closing in on Navrix, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Naibe is closing the gap on Bobardo quickly. Navrix has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amundsen and Navrix are battling closely for 5th position. Naibe is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Amundsen has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Ezer6 has also gained 1 position, now in 6th place. Rebel Kitty 338 is climbing fast, now in 26th place. Amy is also gaining ground, now in 27th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ezer6 has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Navrix and Amundsen are battling closely for 6th place. Playboy Cardi and Samtur are fighting hard for 12. Katishuk is gaining on Electric Marie, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Gina Jones and Amazon Elistio are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Playboy Cardi has gained 1 position and is now 12th. Playboy Fenty and Sam Tut are battling hard for 13. Hugger 3 is on the move, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sam Tut is dropping back, now in 20th place after losing 7 positions. Amundsen and Ezer6 are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Sam Tut has dropped 9 places to 29th. Naibe is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Navrix has moved up 1 spot to 6th. Nalga 77 is climbing fast, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Naibe is gaining on Bobardo, closing the gap by over a second. King Mabel has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Joey is gaining on Playboy Carti and has closed the gap by 1.1 seconds. Eliasix 98 and King Mabel are fighting closely for 12th place. Shadow Army and Playboy Fenty are also in a tight contest for 14th place. Lord of the Jungle is rapidly gaining on Hugger at 3, closing the gap by 12:30 seconds. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Elias's 98, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to take the 21st position. Deplorable is gaining on Jazz, the gap shrinking quickly. Elias's 988 and King Mabel are fighting closely for the 12th place. Carl Gas 77 is closing in on Shadow Army, the distance between them decreasing. Ezra 6 is now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones has moved up to 5th after passing 4 cars. Playboy Carti is in 6th, also after overtaking 4 cars. Joey is now in 5th place after overtaking 6 cars. Elias 98 has moved up to 6th after passing 7 cars. King Mabel is in 7th after overtaking 5 cars. Electric Mary is now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone is in 15th place after also overtaking 3 cars. Amundsen has moved up to 16th place, overtaking 4 cars. Gina Jones is gaining on Ezra 6, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Playboy Fenty and King Mabel are battling closely for 7th place. Deplorable was catching Electra Mary, reducing the gap by 2 seconds. Wayne the Train is gaining rapidly on Kazushuk, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Playboy Carti is closing in on Gina Jones, now just 1 second behind. The battle for 3rd place between Playboy Carti and Gina Jones is heating up. Knalga 77 is gaining on Shadow Army, and the gap is shrinking fast. Knalga 77 and Shadow Army are battling closely for 9th place. Amundsen has moved up 2 spots and is now in 14th position. Playboy Carti is now in 3rd place. Playboy Fenty has moved up to 6th place. Bobardo and Nalga 77 are battling closely for 10th place. King Mabel is now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shadow Army has moved into 6th place, also passing 3 cars. Bobardo has made a big move and is now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Electra Mary is climbing fast, now in 9th place. Amundsen is also moving up, now in 10th place. Someone else is making a move, now in 11th place. King Mabel has moved up to 5th place. Bobardo is closing in on Shadow Army, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amundsen has gained 1 position to 9th place. Amundsen and Naibi are battling closely for 8th place. Electric Mary is gaining fast on Amundsen, closing the gap by 11.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Nalga 77, narrowing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Bobardo is now in 6th place. Electric Murray has moved into 9th position. Deplorable Apple is now in 11th. Playboy Fenty has just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Amundsen and Electric Murray are still battling closely for 9th place. Amy and Himo McCringleberry are fighting hard for 14th place. Playboy Carty has moved up to 3rd place. Naibe is now in 7. Who with 3 has advanced to 23rd. Shadow Army and Naiba are battling closely for 7th place. Tenkamen 704 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Naibe is gaining on Bobardo, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Deplorable Apple has moved up 2 spots and is now in 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap on Jazz, reducing it by 1 second. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Playboy Carty quickly. The gap is shrinking by 1 second. Joey and Noel Roofer Life are battling closely for the 20th position. Joey is climbing fast, now in the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Playboy Carty is closing in on SR6, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Bobardo and King Mabel are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Naiba and King Mabel are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Navrix and Amy are battling closely for 15th place. Kurdish Riyadh 3 is gaining on Amazon Elisa Steel, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Wayne the Train is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Playboy Carty quickly, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Shadow Army and Naibe are battling closely for 7th place. Navrix has moved up 1 spot to 15. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Playboy Carty, quickly, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Navrix and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Shadow Army and King Mabel are battling closely for 6th place. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take 11th place. Electric Murray and another racer are fighting hard for 10th place. Bobardo is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Naiba and King Mabel are battling closely for 7th place. Amundsen is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Samturd is also catching up to the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Aminsan is just ahead of Deplorable. They are battling for 9th place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are close together for 14th place. Mavericks and Amy are fighting for 15th place, staying very close. Shadow Army is gaining on the Bardo, now just a few car lengths behind. Someone is closing in on Aminsan. The gap is shrinking quickly. Mavericks has moved up 1 place to 16. Mavericks and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for the 14th spot. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take the 18th position. Amazon Elizastela is gaining on New for Life, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Nibi, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Someone has moved up 1 spot into 10th place. Aminsan and another racer are battling closely for 10th place. Bobardo is now just a few seconds behind Playboy Fenty. Aminsan and another racer are fighting closely for 10th place. Joey has gained 1 position and is now in 16th. Aminsan and the other racer are nose to tail for 10th place. Maya has gained 1 position and is now in 17th. Rainbow Kitty 338 is narrowing the gap to Shiproman by 1.6 seconds. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Naibe, closing the gap to just over a second. Mavericks and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for the 14th place. Maya is closing in on Joey, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Naibe and King Mabel are battling closely for 7th place. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 15th. Mavericks and Joey are fighting hard for 15th position. Mavericks is closing in on Maya, and Maya for the 8th place. Rebel Kitty 338 just gained 1 position and is now in 21st. New for Life and Rebel Kitty 338 are battling closely for the 20th spot. Jazz is gaining on Amundsen quickly, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Joey are battling closely for 14th place. Hey Naibi, I see you're throwing those air-racy emotes around. Looks like the chat is really feeling the vibe today. Everyone's got their favorite cars or drivers they're rooting for. Congratulations on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Hey Jazz, I see those Eresi emotes popping up. Looks like everyone's having a good time here. The cars are really putting on a show today. Who do you guys think will take the top spot? Wow, congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. Great job out there. And for those who can claim a car, Naibi, you did the fastest lap. So you get a 2004 Cadillac CTS. Wayne the Train, you won the bet race, so you get the 28 Dodge Viper GT. And Shadow Army, you did the most overtakes, which is impressive, so you get the 2002 Morgan Era 8 GT2. Well done to everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The shorter layout of Road Atlanta demands precise cornering and quick responsiveness from the car. Acceleration and braking are also important, because there are a few tight turns where you need to brake hard and then power out smoothly. Overall, a car that feels nimble and can maneuver sharply through the twists and turns will perform best on this track. This is a really interesting matchup. The Ford GT L M GT from 2016 is a powerful, well-balanced car, known for its strong performance in endurance racing. Its aerodynamics and downforce make it great for turns and stability. On the other hand, the Porsche 911 RSR from 2017 is also a highly capable race car, known for its agility and cornering prowess, especially on a short track like Road Atlanta. Given the track and the car's strengths, I think Amundsen's Ford GT might have a slight edge in straight-line speed and stability, which can be crucial at the end of the straights. But on Earth Society's Porsche could really shine through its agility and nimbleness in the tighter corners. It's a close call, but I would put my bet on Amundsen's Ford GT for this race. What do you all think? The race is underway at Road Atlanta short track. Playboy Cardi starting in first place, behind the wheel of the 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R in the GTE class. Things are already heating up. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Playboy Cardi in first place, Amy in second, and Rue for Life in third. Shadow Army is just ahead of Jazz, maintaining a close gap. Maya is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. Jazz is pushing hard to overtake Shadow Army for 6th. Hugger 3 is holding a slight lead over Nufo Life for 4th place. Jazz is just ahead of Shadow Army for 6th place. Gingle McCringleberry has moved up to 11th place. Hugger 3 and Nufo Life are battling closely for 4th place. Gaming Tophi Cancer has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Reddit Bandit and Gaming Tophi Cancer are fighting for 20th place. Carrots 3 is now in 4th place. Quiz 44 and the Fudge 84 are battling closely for 17. Flinchicot 21 has moved up to 22nd. Flinchicot 21 and Reddit Bandit are fighting for 21st. Shadow Army is just ahead of Nufo Life now. They are battling closely for 5th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones continue their tight fight for 10th place. Chris 44 has gained 1 position and is now in 17th place. Jackal and Samter are battling closely for 13th place. Aussie 12002 has gained 1 position and is now in 22nd. Aussie at Wu 1002 and Flinchicor 21 are fighting hard for 21st place. Gina Jones is advancing to 8th place. Sam Tirrett and MF Society are still battling closely for 12th place. Osaka Blonde is climbing to 15th place. Move for Life is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Game Emitter has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Daki4 and Game Emitter are battling closely for 18th position. Gina Jones moves up 1 spot to 8th place. The Fudge 84 and Game Emitter are battling closely for 18. Jackal is closing in on Hymise, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Nerve Society and Hingle Makringleberry are battling closely for 11th place. Flinchicot 21 and Tifods 84 are fighting hard for 19th place. Aussie Twilmul Tumden 2 and Flinchicot 21 are in a tight contest for 20th place. Gina Jones is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Aminson and Naibi are fighting closely for 9th place. Osaka Blonde and Samtert are also in a tight duel for 13th place. Huggert 3 is closing in on Maya, and has cut the gap by 1.9 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Samtert and MF Society are battling closely for 12th place. Congratulations to Playboy Cardi on winning the race. That's an exciting achievement. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Playboy Cardi for winning the race. That was some exciting racing. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for securing the fastest lap. Gina, you can claim that sleek 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE. Also Minsen, great job winning the bet race. You get to claim the 2016 Ford GTLM GTE. This is turning into an amazing day of racing. Alright everyone, the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before the timer runs out so you don't miss out on the action. Get those selections in now. This is a really interesting matchup. Banona 1857 is driving a 2012 Praga 1, which is known for its modern design and good performance on the track. Shadow Army is racing in a 1996 Osella PA20 BMW, which is a classic car and might have a nostalgic charm, but could be at a disadvantage compared to the more recent Praga R1. Considering the age and design of the cars, I think Banona 1857 and the Praga R1 might have the edge in this race because of its advanced technology and handling. But you never know with racing. Sometimes the older car can surprise us with its toughness and character. Who are you rooting for? Alright, everyone. The race is underway at the Adelaide Retro Track. Gina Jones is starting in the lead, driving a classic 2006 Lada Revolution RS2. It's going to be interesting to see how she holds that pole position. Gina Jones is leading the race, with myself in second place and Jackal in third. The race has just begun, so we'll see how the positions shake out. Playboy Cardi and Jazz are battling closely for 8th place. Hookery and Maya are fighting for 11th place. Amundsen is moving up one spot to 13. Playboy Carti and Jazz are battling closely for 8th place. Maya has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Maya and Playboy Carti are fighting hard for 9th place. Amy is closing in on Jackal for 2nd place. Playboy Carti has overtaken someone to move into 8th place. Signofit Flapon 100 in 2020 is now in 10th place after gaining one position. Jackal has moved up one spot to take second place. Jackal and Gina Jones are battling closely for the lead. Shadow Army is gaining on Bunwan 1857, cutting the gap by 1 second. Amy has moved up to second place. Shadow Army is now in fourth place. Senor Flip Flipon to 2020 has advanced to ninth place. Banana 1857 has moved up to fourth place. New for Life has climbed to 14th. Lord of the Jungle is now in 15th. Gina Jones is leading the race in the 26 Lotta Revolution, RS2. She has maintained her top position from the start, and hasn't shown any signs of slowing down. The Ultralights class is competitive with a mix of older and newer models. The Adelaide Retro track favors agility and handling, which benefits lighter cars. The top positions are closely contested, showing the cars similar performance levels. Shadow Army is just ahead of the 1957 now. They are battling closely for fourth place. Code 3 and Maya are still fighting hard for 10th place, staying very close. Shadow Army and Vanoni 1857 are battling closely for fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Shadow Army by about 1.5 seconds. And for Life has moved up one spot to take 13th place. The track seems to favor the lighter, more agile cars like the Back Mono and Praga 1, as seen with their high positions. The longer straights might be benefiting those with top speed, while tight corners could be challenging for some drivers. Ingle McCringleberry is advancing to 5th place. Fafamaka is now in 6th place. Playboy Cardi has moved up to 7th place. And You for Life is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 640 seconds. Eminsan has moved up one place to take 11th. Lord of the Jungle has also moved up one place to take 14th. Shadow Army is closing in on Senor Flip-Flopon 100 in 2020, reducing the gap by 1 second. Lord of the Jungle is moving up one place to take the 13th position. Someone is advancing 2 spots to reach the 14th place. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Well done on winning the race at Adelaide Retro. Great job. Looks like Jazz is pretty excited about the race. Everyone's got their favorites today. Who do you think is going to take the top spot next? Hey everyone, it looks like Wayne the train is thinking about wrapping up the race, but we're still going strong. Jazz is almost there. Hope you're ready for a close finish. Remember, if you want to join in next time, just type !mock race. Who do you all think is going to take the top spot? Congratulations to Gina Jones. Great job on winning the race. That's definitely a well-deserved victory. And a big shout out to Lord of the Jungle. You did an amazing job with the fastest lap and the most overtakes. You've earned the chance to claim both the 1996 Osella PA20 BMW Ultralight Stoic. Well done. Alright everyone, who's ready for the next race? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Suzuka is known for its sharp corners and complex turns, so a car that can navigate those tight curves smoothly would have an advantage. Good balance and precise steering are key here. Speed is important too, but being able to control the car through the technical sections will really make a difference. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. Make sure to get your picks in before we start the race. Don't miss out on choosing your favorite. Both cars have their strengths. The Infiniti G35 from 23 is known for its balanced handling and smooth performance, especially on a technical track like Suzuka. The Camaro SS from 1998, on the other hand, is a muscle car with a lot of raw power, but it might struggle a bit with the tight corners. Considering the track layout and the cars involved, I think the Infiniti G35 might have the upper hand here. Its agility and handling should give it a slight advantage over the Camaro, especially on the challenging curves of Suzuka. But hey, anything can happen in these AI races, so I'm excited to see how it turns out. Thanks to Amin-san for the race request. Be sure to thank them. The race is kicking off on the Suzuka track with 2000 streetcars. Amin-san is starting in pole position, driving a 2001 BMW M3 E46 GTR. Let's see how this one unfolds. Amin-san has taken the lead right from the start. Gina Jones is in second place, closely followed by Shadow Army in third. The race is heating up already. Unknown Tactics is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 23rd place. Playboy Carti is moving up 1 spot to 3rd place. Shadow Army and Playboy Carti are battling closely for 3rd position. Rebel Kitty 38 is advancing 1 spot to take 8th place. Wayne the Train is also moving up 1 spot to 8th place. They are now in a close fight for that position. Amy and the other racer are battling closely for 5th place. Wayne the Train has gained 1 position and is now in 7th. Rebel Kitty 338 has also moved up 1 spot to 8th. Amy and the other racer are battling closely for 5th place. Thyroke Official has moved up 1 spot to 9th. Sam Tut has also gained 1 position, now in 14th. Isaiah Angrund is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 23rd place. Someone is gaining 2 spots to take 4th place. Wayne the Train is moving up 1 spot to 6th place. Wayne the Train has moved up to 5th place. Rebel Kitty 38 has also gained 1 position and is now in 7th. Rebel Kitty 338 and Shadow Army are battling closely for 6th place. The driver just overtook 3 cars to take the lead. Amin-san and another racer are battling closely for 1st place. Rebel Kitty 338 is climbing up 1 position to 6th. Oh! Reinecke is making a strong move and has now taken the lead in 1st place. Coltanton is right behind in 2nd, also climbing through the pack. Unknown Tactics is in 3rd, closing the gap. The race is heating up at the front. Amin-san is making a strong move, now in 1st place after overtaking 8 cars. Gina Jones is also climbing fast, now in 2nd after passing 9 cars. Playboy Carti is right behind, also up 9 spots, now in 3rd. Amy and Elf Bardila 3 are battling closely for 10th place. Isaiah Angrund has moved up 1 spot to take 17th. Unknown Tactics and Isaiah Angrund are fighting hard for 17th place. Rebel Kitty 338 is closing in on Playboy Carti, reducing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Elf Bardila 3 has moved up 1 place to take 9th. Rebel Kitty 338 and Playboy Carti are battling closely for 4th place. Samtir is climbing up to 10th place. Someone is closing in on its Theraper and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is having a tough time, dropping to 26th place. Someone's closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Wayne the Train is climbing up to 5th place. Rebel Kitty 838 is making a strong push, overtaking 23 cars to reach 3rd place. They're now in a close fight with someone for 3rd position. Meanwhile, someone and Shadow Army are locked in a tight battle for 14th place. Its Theraper is now in 1st place after overtaking 11 cars. Amy has moved up to 2nd after overtaking 9 cars. Matthesaurus Rex is in 3rd after passing 10 cars. Amin-san is making a strong move and has taken the lead, moving up 3 cars to be in 1st place. Someone else is also climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 2nd place. Gina Jones is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to move into 3rd place. Reinecke and Stephen Brinkley are battling closely for the 19th position. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on N. Lufa-Life, cutting the gap down by 1.2 seconds. Its Theraper is gaining on Sam Turd, closing the gap quickly. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to 16. Reinecke has also moved up 1 spot to 19 Tortes. Reinecke and Jackal are battling closely for the 18th position. Isaiah Ungrund is driving a 2005 Honda NSXR GT. They are currently in the 13th place, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 47 seconds. The race seems competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Congratulations to Amundsen on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Amundsen for winning the race. Great job. That was exciting to watch. And for the drivers who can claim a car, you've got the fastest lap, so you can claim the 2001 BMW M3E46 GT. Ah. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the 1964 Shelby Cobra 427 might have a good shot at winning on the high-speed ring reverse circuit. It's known for its incredible speed and agility, which are definitely advantages on a circuit with high-speed corners. The lightweight design would help it maneuver better, compared to some of the heavier muscle cars. Plus, its powerful engine could give it a push on the straightaways. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to choose your cars is almost up. Make sure you pick your favorite before the clock runs out. Don't miss out on the fun. Hey Rude Verse 7, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. Sit back, relax and enjoy the race. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. The Aston Martin DB 4 GT Zagato is known for its smooth handling and elegant design. But the Shelby Cobra 427 is a beast with its raw power and acceleration. I think on a track like high-speed ring reverse, which has some tight corners and fast sections, the Shelby Cobra might have the edge because of its high speed and power. But the Aston Martin could surprise us if it handles well through the turns. I'd probably put my money on the Shelby Cobra to take the win. But I'd love to see how it all plays out. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at the high-speed ring reverse track. Parker starting on pole position in a classic 1964 Shelby Cobra 427. This is going to be an exciting race with such vintage supercars. Stay tuned. Park 3 has taken the lead right from the start. Ingle McCringleberry is in second place, closely followed by Maya in third. The race is already heating up. Amy is now in fourth place, closing the gap with Jazz. Jazz and Amy are battling closely for that position. Wayne the Train has moved up to seventh place, gaining one spot. Riccardi is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Stephen Brinkley has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Stephen Brinkley and Mighty Chunk are neck and neck for 6th place. Close battle happening there. Hinkle McCringleberry is trying to defend against Maya for 2nd place. Mighty Chunk and Jazz are close together fighting for 5th place. Stephen Brinkley and Mighty Chunk are also battling hard for 6th place. Maya has just moved into 2nd place. Mighty Chunk has advanced to 5th place. Jazz and Mighty Chunk are closely battling for 5th place. Jazz is holding a tight fight with Mighty Chunk for 5th place. Playboy Cardi and Jazz are also close for 6th. Shadow Army is gaining and has moved up to 8th place. Playboy Cardi has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Jazz and Playboy Cardi are closely battling for 6th. Aminsan and Bass Nazartu are fighting hard for 13th. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry for 3rd place. Shadow Army has overtaken a car and is now in 7th place. Wayne the Train and Jackal are battling closely for 10th place. Aminsan is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 10th place. Amy is advancing 1 spot to 3rd. Playboy Cardi is also moving up 1 spot to 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 3rd place. Playboy Cardi is moving into 4th. Shadow Army is climbing to 6th. Shadow Army and Amy are battling closely for 5th place. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to take 8th. Stephen Brinkley and Jazz are also fighting for 8th place. Playboy Carti has moved up to 3rd place. Stephen Brinkley and Jazz are battling closely for 8th place. Wayne the Train and Jackal are fighting hard for 11th place. Aminsan moves up 1 spot to 9th place. Jackal and Stephen Brinkley are battling closely for 10th place. Rude vs 7 advances 1 spot to 12th place. Shadow Army has just overtaken a car to move into 5th place. Shadow Army and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 4th place. Amy and Shadow Army are fighting hard for 5th place. Playboy Carti is holding a narrow lead over Maya for 2nd place. Amy has just overtaken a car to move into 5th place. Shadow Army and Amy are racing closely for 5th place now. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Playboy Carti is advancing 1 spot to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up 1 spot to 3rd place. Congratulations on winning the race. Great job out there. Congratulations to Hugger 3 on winning the race. That was an impressive performance. Well done. And a big shout out to Playboy Cardi for clocking the fastest lap. Gonna work. You can claim the vintage street car. The 1966 Shelby GT 350. Neighbor, congratulations for winning the bet race. You've earned the chance to claim the stunning 1964 Shelby Cobra 427. Great racing, everyone! Sure. A fun fact about the Autodromo Riccardo Paletti track is that it's named after Riccardo Paletti, an Italian race car driver who tragically lost his life during a Formula One race in 1982. The track is located in Italy and is known for its challenging turns and technical layout, making it a favorite for racing enthusiasts. It's a tribute to Paletti's passion for racing and his dedication to the sport. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that there's not much time left to pick your car. Make sure to get your choice in before the selection closes. Don't miss out on the fun. This is a fun matchup. The Nissan Silvia S15 Spec-R is known for its balanced handling and lightweight design, making it a great choice for tight turns and quick maneuvers. On the other hand, the Honda S2000 is famous for its high-revving engine and precise steering, which can give it an edge in acceleration and agility. Given the track at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti, which features a mix of curves and straights, I think the car's strengths will really come into play. The Honda S2000's engine design might give it an advantage on the straights, but the Nissan Silvia's handling could help it dominate the corners. If I had to make a guess based on the cars, I'd say the Honda S2000 might have a slight edge in this race, thanks to its power-to-weight ratio and agility. But it could be very close, and it's all about how the AI drivers handle the track. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti with the slow 2000s cars. Amin-san is on pole and driving a 2003 Renault Clio V6. Let's see how he does. Amin-san has taken the lead right at the start. Ultimate Toasty is in second place, and Herd 3 is close behind in third. The top three are already setting a fast pace. Telomo is climbing fast, now in 20th place after overtaking 4 cars. Yama Priest and Maya are locked in a close fight for 11th. Jackal has gained 2 spots, now in 14. Jackal and Kickus Lady X3 are battling closely for 13. Jackal is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Another driver is also making a move, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Wayne the Train has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Ixijax has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Kickus Lady X3 and Ixijax are battling closely for that same position. Telon O and Nubigaif are also fighting hard for 18th place. Kickus Lady X3 advances to 14th place. Talon moves up to 18th place. Murphylife and Talon O are battling closely for the 18th spot. Shadow Army and the other racer are close together for 21st and 22nd. Riswachingyo has moved up to 23rd. Someone just gained 1 position and is now in 21st. Amy is now in 22nd place. Jazz has moved up 2 spots to 23rd. Yamp, Chubby Panda and Jazz are battling closely for 23rd place. Amy is currently in 22nd place with a 1999 Mitsubishi FTO GP. The race looks tight with several cars close together, but she is maintaining her position well. Yama Priest is driving a 1999 Nissan Silvia S15 Spec R. They are currently in the 12th position and seem to be maintaining a steady pace with no major overtakes or issues so far. Bjorn Art is now just over a second behind Rude Voice 7. Riswachingyo has moved up 1 spot to 24th. Yamchubby Panda and Riswachingyo are battling closely for 24th place. Gina Jones and Bjorn Art are battling closely for 8th place. Talon Oo and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 17th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 8th place. Jackal is moving up to 10th place. Yama Priest is climbing to 11th place. Jackal is moving up to 9th place. Playboy Carty is climbing to 11th place. Xajax is closing in on Kickus Lady X3, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are battling closely for 14th place. Rude for 7 is gaining on Architect, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Rude Bear 7, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Cobraco is also closing in on Xajax, with a reduction of 1.1 seconds. Architect and Pani 3 are battling hard for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7. Jackal and Rude Bear 7 are fighting closely for 8th. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Jackal and Gina Jones are battling closely for 7th place. Playboy Carty has gained 1 position to reach 10th place. Playboy Carty and Rude Vor 7 are fighting hard for 9th place. Penny 3 is gaining on Hugger 3, closing the gap quickly. Jackal and Gina Jones are battling closely for 7th place. Playboy Carty and Rude Vor 7 are fighting hard for 9th position. Congratulations to Amundsen on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Amundsen for winning the race. That was an incredible drive. Great job to everyone who participated today. And a special shout out to Jackal for doing the most overtakes today. You can claim the 2002 Honda Integra Type R, which is a fantastic choice for a modern street car. Well done. Sure. A fun fact about the 1966 Chaparral 2E is that it was famous for its innovative use of a high-mounted rear wing, which was one of the earliest examples of aerodynamic wings used to generate downforce. This design really helped it stay glued to the track during high-speed turns. It was a real pioneer in race car aerodynamics. Hey everyone, there's not much time left to choose your car. Make sure to get your picks in before the timer runs out so you don't miss out on the fun. Let's see which car everyone wants to race with. Wow! Both of these cars are pretty iconic and represent racing history in their own unique ways. The 1966 Jaguar XJ13 is a beautiful, classic British racing car, known for its elegance and power, but it was never actually raced in competition. The 1969 Porsche 9082 Spider, on the other hand, is a proven winner with its sleek design and impressive performance on the track. Considering the car choices, I think the Porsche 982 might have the edge because it was built specifically for racing and has a lot of racing pedigree. The Jaguar, although stunning, might struggle a bit against the raw performance of the Porsche in this simulated race. But hey, AI can surprise us sometimes. I'd put my money on the Porsche to come out ahead in this showdown. Alright everyone, the race has just started at Circuit Los Agalices. Prototypes 1960 class, Rebel Kitty 338, is on pole driving a classic 1966 Chaparral 2E. It's going to be an exciting one. Rebel Kitty 338 is leading the race with Maya right behind in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third place. The race is underway. Jazz is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hogart 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Titus 61 and No for Life are battling closely for 5th place. Titus 61 is advancing to 5th place. Amy and No for Life are battling closely for 6th place. Shadow Army is climbing to 14th place. Titus 61 and Gina Jones are battling closely for 4th place. Amy is advancing 1 position to 6th place. Titus 61 is advancing 1 position to take 4th place. Gina Jones and Titus 61 are closely battling for 4th. Jazz is moving up 1 spot to 11th. For Life is now in 6th place, closing the gap with Amy Dot. They are battling closely. Shadow Army has moved up to 12th place, gaining 2 spots. That's all. Tizarena is currently in 8th place, driving a 1968 Ford P68. Their race seems steady with no overtakes or issues so far. Blackbeard is racing a 1969 Porsche 908 2 Spider. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be maintaining steady pace without major overtakes or issues. Jekyll is currently in 11th place with a McLaren Elva Oldsmobile. Their lap time shows 99.999, which indicates they might have a technical issue or haven't completed a valid lap. The race for them seems uncertain at this point. Blackbeard is now in 12th place. Jackal has moved into 13th. Playboy Carty is now in 14th. Senor Flip Floponum 2020 is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet .0. They are currently in 10th place with a lap time of 1:16.585. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Gina Jones is driving a 1965 Lotus 40. She started in 3rd place and is currently in 5th. Her fastest lap is 1:16.807. She's close to the top, but still has some ground to make up. Shadow Army has moved up to 14th place. Shadow Army and Jackal are fighting closely for 13th place. Playboy Carty and Shadow Army are also close for 14th place. Hugger 3 is driving a 1966 Ford GT40 Memki.8. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap time of 1:14.896. Their race looks competitive, close behind the 2nd place driver. Congratulations, Rebel K3, 138. You did an amazing job, winning the race at Circuito Sajalices. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Rebel Kitty 338 for winning the race. You did an amazing job out there. And a big shout out to everyone who performed so well today. Rebel Kitty 338 also had the fastest lap, so you can claim the classic 1966 Chaparral 2E Amy with your win in the bet race. You get the stunning 1966 Jaguar XJ13 and Jazz. For those impressive overtakes, you can take home the sleek 1966 McLaren Elva Ford. Great racing, everyone! Can't wait to see what happens next. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your picks in before it's too late. Let's see which cars will be racing today. Wow! Thank you so much to the Spanish Inquisition for subscribing at Tier 3. That is incredibly generous. I really appreciate your support. And a big thank you to the random viewer from Twitch, who received a gifted subscription from the Spanish Inquisition. That's awesome of you. Thanks to both of you for supporting the stream. It really means a lot. Alright, so we have Hingle McCringleberry in the Haas F22, and James Smile in the Alpine, a 522. Both cars are pretty competitive, but the Haas F22 is known for its strong handling and agility, especially on tricky tracks like Hidden Valley Raceway. The Alpine, the 522 is also a solid choice with good speed and stability. Considering the car performance and the racetrack, I think Hingle McCringleberry might have a slight edge, because the VF22 tends to perform well in tight corners, and has good overall balance. But, honestly, it could really go either way depending on how well each driver manages their car and handles the race conditions. Who are you rooting for? Thanks so much for the 100 bits, Amin-san. I really appreciate your support. You're helping make the stream even more exciting. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Hidden Valley Raceway. The car in pole position is the Apex Milkbag, driving the 2022 Red Bull Racing RB18.E. Let's see how they hold up. Hey there! Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see some exciting AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hahaha. Looks like Amin-san is really trying to turbocharge that Twitch algorithm. Sometimes it feels like a mystery how those gifted subs work, huh? And the Aerosai hype emote being everywhere. Definitely adding some spice to the chat. Maybe one day we'll crack the code together. For now, let's see if our AI drivers can keep this race interesting. I love the energy. A serious race sounds like a perfect way to ring in the new year. Who do you all think will take the top spot? The cars are looking pretty intense out there. The race is just getting underway. The top 3 starters are Apex Milkbag in first place, Helga 3 in second, and James Mayo in third. Apex Milkbag is leading the race in the Red Bull Racing RB18. They seem to be maintaining a strong pace and holding on to the top spot comfortably. Rebel Kitty 338 is driving a Red Bull Racing RB18. They are currently in the middle of the pack in 14th place, with a fastest lap of 54.268 seconds. Amundsen is in the 15th place driving a blue and white Alpine of 522. Their fastest lap is a bit slower at 54.122 seconds. And it looks like they are trying to catch up, but still have some ground to make up. Ingo McCringleberry is holding a slight lead over James Mayo. If they keep their pace, they might stay ahead in the final laps. New for Life is currently in 12th place, driving a 2022 Alpine F522. Their fastest lap is 1 minute, 53 seconds, and 48 milliseconds. The race seems competitive for them so far. Nexa Romaville is driving the Alfa Romeo C42 or so. They are currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap time of 53.191 seconds. Their race looks steady so far. Nexa Romaval is driving the Alfa Romeo C42. They are currently in 10th place and have the fastest lap time of 52.961 seconds, which shows they are pushing hard. Apex Milkbag is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to win this race. Maya is in 7th place driving a Haas VF22. She has a decent pace with her fastest lap at 0:53.039. She seems to be holding her position well in the midfield. New for Life is currently in 12th place, driving a 2022 Alpine 522. Their fastest lap is 1 minute, 53.65 seconds. The race seems competitive for them, just behind the top 10. Haha. Sounds like the Spanish Inquisition is on a bit of a winning streak, even if they're just happy to finish in the top half. Sometimes it's all about the little victories, right? Hopefully, your drivers can turn things around soon. What car are you thinking of picking if you jump into a race? Congratulations to Apex Milkbag for winning the race. Great job out there, well deserved. And for the driver, who did the most overtakes, you can claim the 2022 Red Bull Racing RB18. Nice work on those bold moves. Actually, it looks like there might be a little mix-up with the car name. The 2004 Ford Doran JE4 isn't a widely recognized model. However, if you're referring to the Ford Duran, it's a racing car, built specifically for endurance racing, and it's known for its sleek design and performance. Fun fact is that many racing cars like this are built with lightweight materials to maximize speed and agility during long races. If you meant a different Ford model, just let me know. Hello Jambo. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI racing action. Hey, Okioke3. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you again. Hope you enjoy the race. Welcome back to the stream, Green. Great to see you again. And a big hello to Amber, Red and Yellow too. Glad you all could join us again for some crazy AI car racing fun. Let's get ready to see some fast cars and exciting moments. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up that there's a similar stream going on right now called iRacing TV 2. It's hosted by my good friend Maya. You can race on both streams at the same time and see how the cars perform in different races. If you want the link to check out her stream, just type mark Twitch in chat and it'll pop up for you. Have fun racing and watching. Hey everyone! Exciting news! There's a second stream called AI Racing TV 2 hosted by my good friend Maya. If you want to race on both streams at the same time, just type mark Twitch in chat and you'll get the link. Feel free to check it out and enjoy double the racing action. Welcome back, CR/ISH. It's great to see you return to the stream. We've been having some exciting AI car races today. I hope you're ready for some high-speed action. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up, all of the cars in the simulator have their physics simulated very accurately, so they'll behave just like real cars would. That means choosing the right car can really improve their chances of winning. So, think carefully about which one you want to root for, and maybe even suggest your favorite for some extra fun. Hey everyone! Happy New Year! Hope you're all ready for some epic races tonight. If anyone wants to join the chaos, just type !race and pick a car. Let's see who comes out on top. Hey everyone! If you want to stay up to date with the stream, and even join a team for the monthly challenge, you can join our Discord server. Just type !Discord in chat, and our bot will send you a link to join. It'll be a lot of fun to race together and be part of the community. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your picks in before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to pick the car you think will dominate the race. Hey Jazz! Happy New Year to you too. Glad you're excited. The race is heating up, and I think our AI drivers are going to surprise us today. Can't wait to see who takes the lead. Welcome back, Abel etc. Great to see you, returning to the stream. I hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us today. Looking at the stats, Hugo 3 has more experience with 64 races under their belt, and a higher win rate, even though their overall rank is better. Okioke 3 has done fewer races, and hasn't scored many wins, so I would lean towards Huggard 3 as the more likely winner in this race. What do you think? That's awesome. The race kicks off at Nashville Superspeedway infield with the LMP 900 class, and on pole, we have the sleek 2000 Ferrari F333. 3SP. This is going to be an exciting one, so stay tuned. Isotix is just beginning their first timed lap. Playboy Fenty has also just started their first lap. Abel, etc. is just beginning their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their progress. Amy is currently in the lead as the Spanish Inquisition begins their first timed lap. Ingle McCringleberry is just starting their lap. Close behind, Jackal has also just begun their timed lap, trailing slightly. Looks like the Spanish Inquisition has got the banter going. Yeah, starting the year with some fun and speed. Definitely nothing but upward from here. Maybe a new year. New wins for everyone. Who do you think is going to surprise us next? Huggett 3 is beginning their first timed lap now. Someone else just started their first lap as well. Okioki 3 is also on their first timed lap. Green Amber Red Yellow is beginning their first timed lap. Someone else has just started their first timed lap. No for Life has also just started their first timed lap. The Spanish Inquisition is setting a strong pace with a 1.048. Lord of the Jungle is on their first lap now. Amy has just begun their timed run as well. Ezra6 has taken the lead with a lap time of 1 minute and 0.595 seconds, moving up 6 positions. Someone else has improved their lap to 1 minute and 0.606 seconds, gaining 0.3 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up to 5th place, with a lap of 1 minute and 1.172 seconds, improving by 1.2 seconds. Alright folks, we've got about 10 minutes left in the practice session. If you see any cars making interesting moves or improvements, be sure to point them out. It's always exciting to see which AI cars are learning and evolving right before our eyes. Let's keep the energy up and enjoy the last moments of practice. The Spanish Inquisition has taken the lead with a lap of 1 minute and 0.413 seconds. Jazz has climbed to 6th place with a lap of 1 minute and 1.289 seconds. Yambo has improved their time to 1 minute and 1.501 seconds, moving up slightly. Jazz has just set a new best lap time of 1 minute, 1 second, and 180 milliseconds. They are now slightly ahead of their previous best by 1/10 of a second. Playboy Fenty has moved up to the 19th place with a lap time of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 870 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 4/10 of a second. CRAS has gained 15 places and is now in 14th position. Their latest lap time is 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 503 milliseconds, which is a significant improvement of 173.5 seconds. Okioki 3 is now in 7th place and has moved up 3 positions. Their lap time is 1 minute, 1 second, and 173 milliseconds, with a solid improvement of 6/10 of a second. Lord of the Jungle is now in the lead with a lap time of 1 minute, 1 second, and 95 milliseconds. They've gained 1/10 of a second on their previous best. Jumbo has climbed 6 places to 2nd position with a lap time of 1 minute and 0.501 seconds. They've improved their previous time by 1 second. Alright, we've got about 5 minutes left in practice. Make sure to observe how the cars are handling and think about the strategies you'd use if you were racing. It's getting exciting to see these AI drivers push their limits. Keep your eyes on the leading cars and see if any surprise moves come up. We'll be ready to switch to the main event soon. Jambo has taken the lead now in first place with a lap time of 1 minute and 0.086 seconds. They improved their previous time by 0.4 seconds. A driver has gained 5 places and is now in 14th place. Their lap time is 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 292 milliseconds. Idle. They improved their previous time by half a second. CRSH has gained 1 position and is now in 14th place with a lap time of 1 minute 2 seconds and 0.197. They improved their previous time by 0.3 seconds. Elias 698 has gained 4 places and is now in 13th place. They just completed a lap in 1 minute, 1 second, and 899 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 0.7 seconds. A driver has gained 4 places and is now in 12th place. Their lap time is 1 minute, 1.803 seconds, which is half a second faster than before. CRSH is now in the lead with a lap time of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 60 milliseconds. They are just ahead of the previous best by 1/10 of a second. ASO6 has taken the lead now, moving up 2 places to first. Their lap time is 1 minute and 0.245 seconds, and they improved their previous time by 0.4 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is now on the track for their first timed lap. They are currently in the middle of the pack. Amy is currently in the lead, holding the first place. Elias 98 is close behind in second place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is in third place, just a little behind. The race is heating up as they start their timed laps. Yambo is pushing hard on their first lap. Joey is also starting strong. Shadow Army is underway with their first timed lap as well. King Mabel is now leading the lap start. Aminsan is right behind, close, in second. Lord of the Jungle is in third, keeping a steady pace. Eliasix 988 is setting a strong pace with a lap of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 710 milliseconds. Okioki 3 and Herd 3 are on their first timed laps, so we'll see how they progress. Joey has moved up to third place and is now just behind the top 2 drivers. Jambo has improved their lap time and is close behind Joey. Shadow Army has moved up to 10th place with a solid lap. Alright, we got about 10 minutes left in this qualifying session. If you want to see any specific cars or drivers, now's the time to let me know. It's getting pretty exciting as everyone pushes their limits. Someone has moved up 2 places to 9th with a lap time of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 627 thousandths, improving by 0.4 seconds. Okioki 3 has moved up 1 place to 15th with a lap of 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 237 thousandths, also improving by 0.4 seconds. Kingo McCringleberry has moved up 3 places to 16th with a lap of 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 471 thousandths, improving by 0.5 seconds. Yambo has taken the lead, moving up 4 positions to first place with a lap time of 59.739 seconds. King Mabel has climbed 2 spots to second with a lap of 59.96 seconds. Someone has made a big jump, moving up 17 positions to 6th place with a lap time of 10.904, improving by 3.5 seconds. LES98 has taken the lead, moving up 10 places to first with a quick lap of 59.448 seconds. Playboy Cardi has moved up 1 spot to 23rd with a lap of 1 minute 4.102 seconds, slightly faster. Gina Jones has improved her time as well, setting a new lap of 1 minute 4.531 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up to 13th place with a lap time of 1 minute 3 seconds and 2 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 0.1 seconds. Someone has moved up to 6th place with a lap time of 1 minute 0.00287, improving their previous time by 0.6 seconds. Another driver has improved their lap time to 1 minute 2 seconds and 39 milliseconds, getting faster by 0.4 seconds. Jazz has moved up to 8th place with a lap time of 1 minute, 1 second, and 276 thousandths. Deplorable is now 12th with a lap of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 654 thousandths. Playboy Fenty has climbed to 21st with a lap of 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 709 thousandths. Rebel Kitty 338 has gained 2 places and is now in 24th position. They just completed a lap in 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 97 milliseconds, improving their previous best by half a second. Alright everyone, we have about 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. This is where drivers really push to set their best lap times and improve their positions. Keep an eye out for any race leaders trying to squeeze out that extra bit of performance before the session ends. It's always exciting to see who can grab that top spot right at the last moment. The Spanish Inquisition has climbed to third place with a lap time of 59.863 seconds, gaining 1 position and shaving off 0.2 seconds. Architect has made a big jump, moving up to 13th place with a lap time of 1 minute 2.752 seconds, improving by 2.5 seconds. Okioki 3 is now in 12th place, and has moved up 7 positions with a lap time of 1 minute 2 seconds and 603 milliseconds. They improved their time by 0.6 seconds. CRSH is in 16th place, moved up 1 position, with a lap of 1 minute 2 seconds and 946 milliseconds uptime. They improved by 0.2 seconds. Abel etc. is in 29th place, also moved up 1 position, with a lap time of 1 minute 4 seconds and 944 milliseconds. They improved by 0.2 seconds. Code 3 has made a big jump, now in 10th place and closing the gap with a strong lap time of 1 minute and 1 seconds. Okikri has also improved, setting a new best of 1 minute and 2 seconds. Abel etc. has improved as well, now with a lap of 1 minute and 4 seconds. Pugot 3 is now in 6th place, and has gained 4 positions. Their latest lap time is 1 minute and 0.282 seconds, which is a solid improvement of 1.1 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 position to 12th place with a lap time of 2.987, improving their time by 0.1 seconds. Jambo has just set a new best lap time of 59.6 seconds, improving by 0.1 seconds. Playboy Carti has gained 3 places and is now in 24th position. Their latest lap was 1 minute, 3.799 seconds, which is a 3/10 improvement. Rebel Kitty 338 has gained 6 places and is now in 21st position. Their latest lap time is 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 332 milliseconds, which is an improvement of 0.6 seconds. Yambo is holding a slight lead over Elias X98 for first place. Hagrid 3 is just ahead of Isa 6 for 5th. Jazz and Joey are closely fighting for 8th place. Jacko is now in first place after overtaking 26 cars. Playboy Carty is in second after also moving up 23 cars. Abel etc. has climbed to third position, overtaking 26 cars as well. Gina Jones is making a strong move up to third place by overtaking 3 cars. Sam Tet is climbing 2 spots to take second place. Yambo and Abel etc. are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Playboy Cardi has taken the lead at the front. Abel etc. is right behind in second place. Yambo is closing in on third. The race is heating up with those moves. Move for Life is now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maya has moved into 18th place, also passing 4 cars. Amy has advanced to 20th place, overtaking 4 cars as well. TRASH is now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has moved into 16th place, passing 4 cars. Playboy Fenty is in 18th place after also overtaking 4 cars. Joey is gaining on Hugger 3, closing the gap by 10.9 seconds. Playboy Carty has dropped 7 positions and is now in 26th place. Jazz is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. CRASH is under pressure with the gap shrinking rapidly. Amy is gaining on Architect, closing the distance steadily. Rebel Kit A3 138 is closing in on Playboy Carty with a strong push. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Joey and Jazz are battling closely for 8th position. Amin-san is closing in on Okioki 3, cutting the gap by 1 second. Haha, looks like everyone's getting into the spirit. Green, amber, red, yellow. I see you're pretty cozy with those Erasi moves. And the Spanish Inquisition. You're really bringing the energy with those red cards. Let's see if any of you can catch Jambo up front before the race ends. Keep the hype coming. Looks like green, amber, red, yellow is really feeling those Erasi Winker modes. Maybe they're rooting for a comeback or just having fun with the vibe. Remember folks, anything can happen on this track, so stay tuned and keep those comments coming. Joey has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Amin-san has also gained 1 position, now in 10th place. Okioki 3 and Amundsen are closely battling for 10th place. Okioki 3 has moved up to 10th place. Someone is narrowing the gap to Amundsen by 2.2 seconds. Rebelki 3 138 is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Maya is driving the 2011 Lola B 1180 HPD. She is currently in 8th place and has a fastest lap time of 1 minute 4.78 seconds. Her race looks steady, but she is slightly behind the leaders. Deplorable Apple is gaining 1 spot and now in the 17th place. Apple is moving up 1 spot to take the 19th place. Deplorably Apple and Maya are battling closely for the 18th position. Deplorable Apple is dropping back to 25th place. Sumter is climbing to 19th place. Wayne the Train is moving up to 21st place. Amy and the other racer are battling closely for the 16th position. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Deplorably Apple, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Green Amber, Red Yellow has moved up 1 spot to take 27. Elias 98 is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Architect has moved up 1 spot to take 13th place. I am also climbing 1 spot to reach 15th place. The track's high-speed layout favors cars with strong aerodynamics and stability, leading to close battles among the top contenders. Overtakes are happening on the straights, but handling through the infield corners is crucial for maintaining positions. Elias X98 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 5th place. Herkid 3 has also advanced 1 position, now in 6th. King Mabel is now in 21st place and trying to catch up. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jamba, closing the gap by over a second. Okioki 3 has moved up to 9th place and is climbing through the field. Wayne the Train is now in 20th place. Gina Jones has moved up to 21. Hinkle McCringleberry is in 22. Amy's car is a Ferrari F333, starting in 26th position. The race is quite competitive with a lot of close lap times. Currently, Amy is in 14th place, just ahead of some faster lap times from others. The race looks tight and dynamic. CRSH is gaining on Architect, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is also catching up to CRSH, reducing the distance between them. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 15th place. Shadow Army has moved up to 22nd place. Someone is closing in on Amy and reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Easer 6, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Architect is also closing in, reducing the distance by 1.9 seconds. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 14th place. Man for Life is gaining on Amy, cutting the distance by 1.3 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing it by 1.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is now just a few seconds behind Jambo. Wayne the Train is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap steadily. Is driving a Peugeot 908 HEI FAP from 2009. They are currently in 15th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 2.658 seconds. Their race looks steady with consistent lap times. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jambo, cutting the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Target 3 and Lord of the Jungle are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Sam Turret has moved up 1 position to 17. Sam Turret and Me for Life are battling closely for 16th place. Okie Okie 3 is gaining on Jazz, now just 6.8 seconds behind. Iza 6 is closing in on LESS 98, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Target 3 has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. LESS 98 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Okie 3 is closing the distance to Jazz, getting closer with every lap. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is making a strong push towards Rebel Kitty 338, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. LESS 98 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Iza 6 is closing in on LESS 98, getting closer with every lap. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Joey, narrowing the gap steadily. Iza 6 is now just behind LESS 98, closing the gap to less than a second. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Joey, getting closer with every lap. Okie Okie 3 is making a move on Jazz, reducing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Iza 6 is closing the gap on LESS 78 by 1.3 seconds. Wayne the Train is gaining on Playboy Fenty by 1.7 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up 1 spot to take the 23rd position. Iza 6 and LESS 78 are battling closely for 3rd place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Iza 6 has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. ASX 988 and ESO6 are battling closely for third. Hugger 3 is closing in on LESS 98, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Target 3 has moved up to 4th place. Joey is now less than a second behind LESS 78. Wayne the Train is closing in on Playboy Fenty, gaining 1.2 seconds. Parker is gaining on ESO6 and is now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is closing in on Playboy Fenty and is now within a second. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the gap to just over 2 seconds. Move for Life is gaining fast on Sam Turret, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is closing in on Elias S98, the gap shrinking steadily. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up 1 spot to 21st place. Amy is maintaining a steady pace behind New for Life, but still has some ground to make up. Lord of the Jungle is now within a second of Joey, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Amundsen has moved up to 8th place, climbing 1 spot away. Joey has moved up to 5th place. Lord of the Jungle is now less than 2 seconds behind LESX 98. Someone is catching up to Jazz, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. ESO6 is closing the gap on the Spanish Inquisition by 1.7 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has also moved up 1 spot to 24th place. Wayne the Train is making a strong move, now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Okioki 3 has gained 1 position, now in 7th place. Amundsen also moved up 1 spot, now in 8th place. Amy is now in 14th place. Samtert has moved into 15th place. Numfulife is now in 17th place. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Playboy Fenty and Maya are battling closely for 18. Rebel Kitty 338 is closing in on Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Okioki 3 is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Architect is making a move, closing in on the car ahead by nearly 2 seconds. Playboy Fenty and Maya are battling closely for the 18th position. Joey is gaining on Hugger 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Okioki 3 is catching up to Lord of the Jungle quickly. Elias 698 is narrowing the distance to Samtert steadily. Lord of the Jungle is driving a 1999 Toyota GT 1TS020. They are currently in 7th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute and 1 second. Their race seems steady but not quite as fast as the leaders. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jambo, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is closing in Hugger 3, the gap shrinking steadily. OK 3 is making a move on Lord of the Jungle, closing the distance quickly. Maya just overtook New for Life and moved up to 17th place. They are now side by side in that tight battle for 17. Green Amber, Red Yellow is gaining on Rebel Kitty 338, closing the gap by 5.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is narrowing the distance to Jambo, reducing the gap by 1.1 second. Joey has moved up one position to take 4th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 5th place. Someone is gaining on Amundsen, cutting the gap by over a second. Elias X98 is closing in on Sam Turret, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Jazz is gaining fast on Hug 3, closing the gap by 6.6 seconds. OQK3 has moved up one spot and is now in 6th place. Amundsen is feeling the pressure as Green Amber Red Yellow is closing in, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Green Amber Red Yellow is also gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is now in 2nd place, gaining ground fast. Hugger 3 is cutting the distance to Oki 3. The gap is shrinking by nearly 2 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow is also closing in on Playboy Fenty, making up 1.7 seconds. Hug 3 is now in 5th place. Jazz has moved up to 6th. Amundsen has climbed to 8th. Amy is now in 13th place, moving up one spot. Someone has moved up to 12th place. Sam Turt is now in 14th place after moving up one spot. Elias X98 is gaining on Okyokai 3 and is now just a few seconds behind. Rebel Kitty 3 138 is catching up to Jackal, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Thank you so much, Darth Blazer. I really appreciate your support, and for subscribing to the channel. It means a lot to have you here cheering us on. Hey Darth Blazer, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Looks like Amundsen's super hyped up. Always fun to see so much energy in the chat. Keep the good vibes coming, everyone. Who's got their eyes on that top spot? Rebelkit 338 is gaining fast on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap by 14.8 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up one spot to take second place. Exotix has also moved up one spot to claim third place. Okioki 3 is now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Eliasix 98 has also moved up 3 spots to 13th place. Jazz has gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Joey has moved up to 5th place. Someone is closing in on Jazz, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amy is gaining on CR/SH, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Sam Turek, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Jazz and Joey are battling closely for 5th place. Playboy Fenty is climbing up the field, moving up 1 spot to take 17. Jazz's gap is shrinking quickly, now just a few seconds behind. Lord of the Jungle is gaining ground, closing in steadily. Sam Tut has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 18th place. The driver moving up 1 spot is now in 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap by 1 second. Amy is closing in on CRASH, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. CRSH is catching up to Architect, narrowing the distance to 1 second. They are battling closely for 8th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Sam Tut is catching up to Playboy Fenty, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Green, amber, red, yellow has moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Jacko is climbing fast, now in 24th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jumbo, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jazz is catching up to another racer, reducing the distance by 2.30 seconds. Elias78 is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Mufa Life, cutting the gap by 6.4 seconds. Joey is closing in on Hug 3, narrowing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Amin-san is making a strong move, and is now in the 11th place. Sam Tut is gaining on Maya. The gap is shrinking fast. Joey is catching up to Hug 3, closing the distance by over 1.5 seconds. Joey is closing in on Hugger 3, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Okioki 3 has also moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Okioki 3 has moved up to 7th place. Eliasix 98 has gained 2 positions, and is now in 8th place. Amin-san has moved up to 10th place. Amin-san is climbing up to 9th place. Someone is advancing to 11th place. Jackal is moving up to 23rd place. Amy is gaining on CRA Sage, and is now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is closing the gap to Rebel Kitty 338 rapidly. SR6 is catching up to the Spanish Inquisition, the distance between them shrinking. Joey is now in 4th place, moving up 1 spot. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and New for Life are battling closely for 20th place. Jackal is closing the gap on Maya by nearly 2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Architect is catching up to Playboy Fenty, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Amin-san is gaining on Elias X98. The gap is shrinking fast. Joey is catching SR6 steadily. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, just a little behind. SR6 is closing the gap on the Spanish Inquisition, now just 16.2 seconds behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up 3 places to take 17. Move for Life has also gained 3 positions, now on 18th. Maya is now in the 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Elias 988 is gaining on Okio K3, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Jackal is making a strong move, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rebel Kitty 3 is closing the gap on Shadow Army, cutting it down by 8.8 seconds. Sam Turt has gained 1 position, now in 15th place. Okioki 3 is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Architect is catching up to Amy, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up 1 spot to take the 16th position. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on Sam Turt, and is now just a little over a second behind. Maya is closing in on Move for Life, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Rebel Kitty 338 is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, and the distance is decreasing steadily. Lord of the Jungle is now just a few seconds ahead of Hugger 3. Sam Turt is gaining on CR/SH rapidly. Okioki 3 is closing the distance to Lord of the Jungle steadily. Okioki 3 is now just a few car lengths behind Lord of the Jungle. Elias X98 is gaining on Okiokai 3 quickly. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing the gap to Sam Turt steadily. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 22nd place. Jackal is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 8HD. I off a P. They are currently in 21st place and have a lap time of 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 485 milliseconds. They're racing steady, but not quite as fast as the leaders. Elias 988 is gaining on Okio K3, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Green, amber, red, yellow is catching up to Sam Turd, reducing the gap slightly over the last lap. Maya is closing in on All War for Life, making up a little over 2 seconds. Architect is rapidly catching up to the car ahead, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Ezra6 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, narrowing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Eliasix 988 is closing in on Okiokai 3, reducing the gap by just over 2 seconds. The Nashville Superspeedway infield is favoring cars with consistent lap times and good handling, as seen with the top contenders like Jambo and the Spanish Inquisition. The track's layout seems to reward steady pace over outright speed. The Spanish Inquisition is now just a few seconds behind Jambo. Joey is gaining on Ezra6 quickly. Amin Sun is closing the gap on Elias S98 steadily. Joey is in 4th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and staying competitive. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Samturt, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Abel etc. is catching up to Wayne the Train, narrowing the gap by 1.4 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jambo, now just a second behind. Jazz is closing the gap to Amin San by 2.5 seconds. Architect is catching up, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Joey is now just behind Isa 6, closing the gap to less than a second. Okioke 3 is gaining on Lord of the Jungle. The distance is shrinking quickly. Architect is catching up to the car ahead, closing the gap steadily. Okioke 3 is now just a few car lengths behind Lord of the Jungle. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Sam Turt, closing the gap steadily. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jambo, now just a little over a second behind. Joey is closing in on Esa6, cutting the gap to less than 2.5 seconds. Someone is making a move on Jazz, reducing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Kingle McCringleberry is gaining on Ripple Kitai 338, closing the gap by 6.7 seconds. Samturt has moved up 2 spots to take the 13th place. Green, amber, red, yellow is catching up to CRSH, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on CRSH and closing the gap rapidly. Wayne the Train is catching up to Shadow Army quickly. The Spanish Inquisition is narrowing the distance to Jambo steadily. The Spanish Inquisition is now just a second behind Jambo. OK 3 is gaining ground on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to less than a second. Playboy Fenty is catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow, now only a second apart. Joey is gaining on Easy 6, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Rebel Kitty 3, 138 is catching up to Jackal, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up one spot to take 8th place. OK 3 just overtook Lord of the Jungle and is now in 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is trying to respond and regain the position. Yambo is driving a 2002 Audi R8 in the LMP 900 class. They are currently in first place and have the fastest lap of the race at 59.393 seconds. Their race looks strong with consistent performance. Welcome back, Elite 403. Glad to see you back in the chat. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now, so sit back and enjoy the show. OK 3 is rapidly catching her Group 3. The gap is shrinking fast. ESA 6 is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the distance steadily. Jazz is gaining on Amundsen. Just a little more, and they might be side by side. OK 3 is now in 5th place. Lord of the Jungle has moved into 6th. Elias X98 is in 7th. The race is heating up. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a 2002 Audi R8 in the LMP 900 class. They started in 6th position and are currently in 2nd place. Their fastest lap is just slightly slower than the leaders, indicating a strong race. Playboy Carti is racing a 1999 Audi 8R. They are currently in the last place and haven't recorded a valid lap time yet. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on OK 3, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Hingle McCringleberry is also making a move, narrowing the distance to Rebel Kitty 3, 138. Abel etc. is gaining on Wayne the Train, and is now just a few seconds behind. Elias X98 is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, and the gap is getting smaller. CRAS is catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow, and the distance is decreasing. Huggard 3 has moved up to 7th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is now in 14th. Rebel Kitty 338 is closing in on Jackal, cutting the gap by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Rebel Kitty 338, and is now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is catching up to Jambo, closing the distance steadily. Lord of the Jungle is also making progress on OK 3, inching closer with every lap. Hugger 3 has moved up to 6th place. Another racer has gained 2 spots to take 8th. CRSH is closing the gap on green, amber, red, yellow by 1.8 seconds. Elias Sanity 8 is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap by 8.5 seconds. New for Life is closing in on Playboy Fenty, reducing the distance by 6.2 seconds. Hug 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take 7th place. Amin-san is also advancing 1 spot to 8th place. Jazz is climbing 1 spot to 9th place. The LMP 900 cars are performing closely with some variation in lap times, indicating the track favors high-speed endurance. The mix of older and newer models shows experience and reliability are key, but overall pace is tight. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jambo, now just a few seconds behind. Sam Turret is closing in on Okioki 3, cutting the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Joey is currently in 5th place, driving the 2002 Audi R8 LTR. Their fastest lap is 59.373 seconds, which is quite competitive. The race seems tight with Joey maintaining a strong position. Elias X98 is gaining on Jazz, now just a few seconds behind. Green, amber, red, yellow is catching up to Mofu Life, closing the distance steadily. Aim is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908H. Dying FP. They are currently in 28th place with a lap time of 1 minute, 2.13 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Sam Turret is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 8.30 seconds. Joey is catching Azza6, narrowing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Elias X98 is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Sam Turret has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Amy is narrowing the distance to Amundsen, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Herd 3 is closing in on Joey quickly, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Someone is overtaking 1 car to move into 6th place. Jazz is also advancing 1 position to take 7th place. Elias X98 is climbing up to 8th place. Architect is moving into 9th place. Okioki 3 is advancing to 10th place. Okioki 3 is closing in on Architect quickly, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 place to take the 13th position. Green, amber, red, yellow has also gained 1 spot, now in 17th. Hurry 3 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Amin-san is catching up to Lord of the Jungle quickly, reducing the distance by over 2 seconds. CRSH has moved up 1 position and is now in the 14th place. The current leader, Jambo, is driving a 2002 Audi R8 and has the fastest lap of 59.393 seconds. They started in 14th place and are now leading the race. AZ6 is now just a second behind the Spanish Inquisition. Aminsan is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to less than a second. Maya is catching up to Move for Life, the distance shrinking steadily. AZ6 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 230 seconds. Aminsan is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, reducing the distance by 3.6 seconds. Abel etc. is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just over a second. Jackal is catching up to Wayne the Train, the distance shrinking quickly. Architect has moved up to 8th place. OK3 is gaining on Elias X98. The gap is shrinking by 2.4 seconds. Abel etc. is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Herd 3 is right behind Joey now, closing the distance quickly. Aminsan is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, getting closer with every lap. Rebel Kitty 3, 138 is catching up to Maya. The gap is shrinking steadily. Target 3 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 230 seconds. Jazz is also closing in, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. OK3 has moved up one spot and is now in 9th place. AZ6 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Hug 3 is closing in on Joey, getting closer with every lap. Lord of the Jungle is making a move on Elias S98, cutting the gap down significantly. Herd 3 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up one spot to take 21st place. Jackal is catching Wayne the Train, also closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hey Casey Wingboy, welcome back to the stream. So glad to see you return. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. AZ6 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Abel etc. is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jackal is closing in on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 3 seconds. The all MP900 cars are closely matched, with some variation in lap times indicating driver skill and car setup differences. The Nashville Superspeedway's high-speeded layout favors aerodynamics and stability, giving the faster lap times to cars with better handling. Overall, the combination keeps the race competitive and dynamic. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jambo, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Joey is closing in on AZ6, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take 18th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jambo, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Jazz has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Okioki 3 is now in 7th place. Eliasix 98 has moved into 8th. Lord of the Jungle is in 9th. The race is heating up. Joey is currently in 5th place, driving a 2002 Audi R8. Their fastest lap is 59.373 seconds, which is quite competitive. The race seems tight with Joey staying close to the leaders. Sam Turret is rapidly catching up to me, closing the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Architect is gaining on another racer, closing the distance by 1 second. CRISH has moved up one spot, and is now in the 13th position. Architect is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Samtert has moved up one spot to take 14th place. Playboy Fenty has also gained one position, now in 15th place. Jackal is in the 23rd place driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HD. IFOP their fastest lap is 1 minute, 3.485 seconds. The race seems competitive with steady lap times. Okioki 3 is now in 6th place. Eliasix 988 is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Architect is closing in on another racer, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Eliasix 988 has moved up one spot to 7th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 8th place after climbing one spot. Amin-san has also moved up one spot to 9th place. Hutra is gaining on Joey, and is now just a few seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing in on Rebel Kit I-338 quickly. Hillcut 3 is gaining on Joey, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Amin-san is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Nouveau for Life is moving up one spot to take 18th place. Iso6 is now in 2nd place. Joey has moved up to 3rd. Hogue 3 is in 4th. The race is heating up. Noom is gaining on CRSH and closing the distance rapidly. Gina Jones is catching up to Maya, and the gap is shrinking steadily. Joey is narrowing the distance to Iso6 and gaining ground. Joey and Iso6 are battling closely for 2nd place. Huggard 3 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Eliasix 988, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Okioki 3 is now in 5th place. Eliasix 988 has moved into 6th. Lord of the Jungle climbs to 7th. The race is heating up. Aminsan has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Maya is now less than 2 seconds behind Rebelkite, 338. Weighing the train is gaining on Abel, etc., cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Aminsan is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Jazz has moved up one spot to take 9th place. Someone is also moving up one spot to take 10th place. Samtet is climbing to 12th place. Playboy Fenty is now 13th place. I am moving up to 14th place. Ezusix is now just behind Jambo, closing the distance. Okioki 3 is gaining on Huggard 3. I am catching up to Playboy Fenty, reducing the gap significantly. Aminsan is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Amy is catching up to Playboy Fenty, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. New for Life has moved up one spot to take 17th place. Okioki 3 has moved up to 4th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on LESX98, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 has climbed 2 spots to 19th place. Gina Jones is making a strong move, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. LESX98 is gaining on Okioki 3, closing the gap by over a second. Aminsan is also on the hunt, reducing the distance to Lord of the Jungle by nearly 2 seconds. Ezusix is now just behind Jambo, closing the gap to less than a second. Root 3 is gaining on Joey, cutting the distance by 1.3 seconds. Aminsan is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, narrowing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ezusix is gaining on Jambo, closing the gap to just a few seconds. LESX98 is catching up to Okioki 3 quickly, now less than a second behind. Aminsan is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, the gap shrinking steadily. Playboy Fenty is driving a 2008 Porsche S Spider Evo Tour. They are currently in the 16th place, with a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 95 milliseconds. The race for them seems steady, but they might need to push a bit more to move up. LESX98 is gaining on Okioki 3, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Aminsan is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by just over a second. No for Life is closing in on Playboy Fenty, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. LESX98 is gaining on Okioki 3, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jazz is catching up to Aminsan, reducing the distance by 2.4 seconds. I am closing in on Sam Turt, narrowing the gap by 140 seconds. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Aminsan. New for Life is gaining on Playboy Fenty. Shadow Army is closing the distance to Naya. Hugger 3 is gaining fast on Joey, closing the distance significantly. Jazz is catching up to Amundsen, the gap shrinking steadily. Hugger 3 has moved up to 3rd place. Deplorably is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hugger 3 is gaining on Ezer 6, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Someone is catching up to Jazz quickly, now only 2 seconds behind. Playboy Fenty is narrowing the distance to CRASH by a second and a half. Yambo is currently leading the race in the first place. They are driving a 2002 Audi R8 in the LMP 900 class. Their fastest lap is 59.393 seconds, which is the quickest among all races so far. The race seems to be going very well for Jambo. Iliasix 988 has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amundsen is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Architect has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 6th place. Amundsen has moved up to 7th. Someone and Architect are battling closely for 10th place. Jazz has moved up 1 place to 8. Someone is advancing 2 places to 9. Deplorably is closing in on Wayne the Train, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Architect is moving up to 9th place. Samturt is closing in on Okioke 3. The gap is shrinking by 2.4 seconds. Deplorably is catching Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Code 3 is gaining on Ezer 6 and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Abel etc. is closing in on Gina Jones and has reduced the gap by 1.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Iliasix 988 and is now just a few seconds behind. Amundsen and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 6th place. Deplorably is catching Wayne the Train, closing the gap by over a second. Joey is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Jazz is narrowing the distance to Amundsen, cutting it down by 2.1 seconds. Architect has moved up 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Samturt is gaining on Okioke 3, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is catching up to Samturt. The distance is shrinking quickly. Abel, etc. is closing in on Gina Jones. The gap is narrowing steadily. Deplorably Apple is gaining fast on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Isa 6 is catching up to Jumbo, reducing the distance by over 2 seconds. Joey is closing in on Hugger 3, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Welcome back, Rizaldi Adha. Great to see you return. Hope you enjoy the race today. Isa 6 is gaining on Jambo, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Elias S98, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Abel, etc., is catching up to Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Deplorable is gaining rapidly on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Jazz has advanced 2 positions to 6th place. Architect has moved up to 7th place. Someone is now in 8th place, moving up 1 spot. OKOK3 has advanced to 10th place. RASH is gaining on Sam Tuert, closing the distance by 2.2 seconds. New Fuller Life has moved up 1 spot to 16. Abel etc. is narrowing the gap to Gina Jones by 1.5 seconds. Jazz moves up to 5th place. Architect is now less than a second behind Lord of the Jungle. Maya is gaining on Rebel Kitty 338, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Architect has moved up to 6th place. Someone has advanced to 7th place. Okioki 3 is now in 8th place. Lee is gaining on Isa 6 and is now just a few seconds behind. Architect is closing in on Jazz, getting closer with every lap. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is making a strong push towards CRASH, reducing the gap significantly. CRASH is now just a few car lengths behind Samtir Dorte. Elias X98 is gaining on For Life quickly. Deplorably Apple is closing the gap on Jackal steadily. Joey is now in 3rd place. CRSH has moved up to 12th. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is in 13th. Joey is gaining on Ezra 6, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Okioke 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Playboy Fenty has also moved up 1 spot to take 13th place. Lord of the Jungle is rapidly gaining on the car ahead, closing the distance by 7.4 seconds. Sam Tiot is making a move on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the gap by 6.5 seconds. Deplorable is inching closer to Jackal, closing the gap by 1 second. Jazz is now in 4th place. Architect has moved into 5th. Oki 3 is in 6th. The race is heating up. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Hugger 3 rapidly, closing the gap by 12.9 seconds. Amy is catching up to Amundsen, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Eliezer 98 and New for Life are locked in a close fight for the 16th position. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Elias X98, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Jazz is narrowing the distance to Joey, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Okoki 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Architect's lead is shrinking as someone is closing in. Abel etc. is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. Amundsen has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Lord of the Jungle has also moved up 1 spot to 9th. They are now close together, battling for 8th position. Amy is now in 10th place. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Elias S988, closing the gap by 230 seconds. Architect is closing in on Okiok 3, now just a second behind. Amy is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, the gap shrinking by over 2 seconds. CRSH has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Lord of the Jungle and Amundsen are battling closely for 8th place. Samturt has gained 1 position and is now in 14th. New for Life has also moved up 1 spot to 15th. Amy is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just under a second. Eliasix 98 and New for Life are battling closely for the 15th spot. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up 1 position to 17. Architect's lead is shrinking as someone gets closer. Amy is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Elias X988 has moved up 1 spot to 15. Okidoki 3 is driving a 2002 Audi R8 in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute and 1.064 seconds. The race seems steady for them, maintaining a good position near the top. Amy is now just behind Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to less than a second. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on CRSH and is now within a second. Rebel Kitty 338 is closing in on the one with For Life, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on CRSH and has closed the gap by 1.6 seconds. Abel etc. is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry and has reduced the distance by 2 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up one spot and is now in 22nd place. Someone just moved up one spot to take 6th place. Architect and another racer are battling closely for 6th. Amundsen is closing in on Architect, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on CRASH, and is now just over a second behind. Abel etc. is closing the gap to Hingle Milk Ringleberry, and is now less than a second away. Joey is gaining on Acer 6, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amundsen is catching up to Architect, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. CRASH is closing in on Amy, narrowing the gap by 140 seconds. Acer 6 is gaining on Jambo, closing the gap by 2 seconds. OQK3 is catching Jazz, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Architect has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Amundsen has moved up one spot to 7th place. Abel etc. has also gained one position, now in 20th place. Jacko has advanced one spot to 23rd place. Joey is gaining on SR6, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is catching up to CRASH with a 1.1 second reduction. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to take 21st place. Jazz is gaining on Joey, and is now just a few seconds behind. Joey is catching up to Easy 6 and the gap is shrinking. Okioki 3 is closing in on Jazz, and the battle is heating up. Hingle Milkringleberry is gaining on Shadow Army, cutting the gap to just over 13 seconds. Joey is closing in on Ezra 6, reducing the distance by a little over 3 seconds. Okioki 3 is catching up to Jazz, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ezra 6 is closing in on Jambo, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. CRASH has moved up one spot to 10th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has also gained one position, now in 11th place. Amundsen is gaining on Architect, closing the gap significantly. Elias X988 is catching up to Amy, just 8.1 seconds behind now. Izzer 6 is narrowing the distance to Jambo, only 1.3 seconds apart. Rebel Kitty 338 is under pressure as Maya is closing in fast. Amundsen has climbed to 6th place. Another driver has moved up to 7th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Architect, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Maya is also moving up one spot to reach 16th place. OQK3 is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Architect, narrowing it down by just over a second. Ilias X988 and Amy are battling closely for the 14th position. Okioke is gaining on Jazz, now just a few seconds behind. Someone is catching up to Amundsen, closing the gap by a second. Okioke 3 has moved up to 4th place. Ilias X98 is closing the gap to Amy by 2 seconds. Deplorable has gained 1 position and is now in 22nd place. Joey and Ezra6 are battling closely for 2nd place. Okioke 3 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Playboy Fenty is catching up to CRSH, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Joey is now in 2nd place. Someone is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Wayne the Train has moved up to 23rd place. Playboy Fenty has moved up to 11th place. Sam Turt has advanced to 12th place. Nova Life has climbed to 16th place. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Elias 98 has also moved up 1 spot to take the 14th place. Rebel Kitty 3 138 has gained 1 position and is now in the 17th place. Jazz is now just a second behind Okioke 3. Architect is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. CRSH's car is a 1999 BMW V12 LR. They are currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute 2 seconds and 2/10. Their race seems steady, but not quite as fast as the leaders. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Okioke 3. Amy is gaining on some Turt quickly. Move for Life is closing the distance to CRSH steadily. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Architect and is now just a few seconds behind. Amy is catching up to Sam Turt and has cut the gap to less than a second. Joey is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and closing the gap on Jambo. Abel etc. is driving an Aston Martin AM1 from 2011. They are currently in the 20th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 1 second, and 619 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they might need to improve their lap times to move up. King Mabel is driving a 2011 Peugeot 908. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap time of 0:59.525. The race seems competitive with a close gap to the leaders. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Okioke 3. Izusix is gaining on Joey, and Amundsen is closing the distance to Jazz. Jazz is now in 4th place. Sam Tiert has moved up to 11th. Abel etc. is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Eza6. Aminsan has moved up to 5th place. Lord of the Jungle has climbed to 8th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining rapidly, now just a few seconds behind the racer ahead. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Architect, the gap shrinking steadily. Architect is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just under 6 seconds. Aminsan is catching Jazz, cutting the distance by over a second. Iliasix98 and Amy are battling closely for the 13th position. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Architect and is now just a few seconds behind. New for Life is also closing in on CRASH, and the gap is shrinking quickly. OK3 is under pressure with someone closing in quickly, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are battling closely for 6th place. Meanwhile, Maya is gaining on Rebel Kitty 338, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Playboy Fenty is gaining fast on Architect, closing the gap by 5 seconds. CRASH is closing in on Iliasix98, reducing the distance by over 5.5 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Eza6. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Architect. Iliasix98 is closing in on Amy. Eza6 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Jazz is catching up to Eza6, reducing the distance by 1 second. Deplorable is closing in on Jackal, narrowing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sam Tiert is now in 10th place. Green Amber, Red Yellow has moved up to 11. I am in 12th place and gaining ground. Lord of the Jungle is now just a few seconds behind OK3. Amy is catching up to Green Amber Red Yellow quickly. New for Life is closing the distance to CRASH steadily. OK3 is now in 5th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Sam Tiert is catching up to Architect, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Joey is gaining on Jambo, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Sam Tiert is narrowing the distance to Architect, getting closer with each lap. Then Stanley Gibbs, and New for Life is catching up to CRASH, making a move soon. Joey is gaining on Jambo and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amundsen is closing in on Okioke 3 with a 1.5 second reduction. Eliasix 98 has moved up one spot and is now in 12th place. Joey is closing in on Jambo, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Someone has also moved up one spot to 7th place. Lord of the Jungle and the other racer are now in a tight battle for 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Okioke 3, now just over a second behind. Architect has moved up one spot to 8th place. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Amy, now less than 3 seconds behind. Architect is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Damturt is narrowing the distance to Amundsen, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up one position to take 25th place. Ezosix is now just behind Joey, closing the gap quickly. Wayne the Train is gaining on Deplorable Apple, getting closer with every second. Joey is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard to catch Jambo at the front. He's in 8th place and has a fast lap of 1 minute and 0.129 seconds. Okioke 3 is in 5th place with the fastest lap of 1 minute and 1.064 seconds. Hugot 3 has a slight edge in speed, but is a few positions behind. It's going to be close at the finish. Amy is gaining ground and moving up one spot to take 6th place. Architect is also climbing one spot to reach 7th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is advancing one spot to settle into 10th place. Amundsen has moved up one spot to take 8th place. SH has also moved up one spot to take 14th place. Joey is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard to challenge Jambo for the lead in the final lap. Jazz is now just a car length behind Ezosix, closing the gap steadily. Amy has moved up to 11th place, gaining one position. Deplorable Apple is gaining fast on Jackal, now just 9 seconds behind. Playboy Fenty has moved up one spot to 12. Rebel Kitty 3. 138 is closing in on No For Life, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Samturt is closing the gap on Eliasix 98 by 5.6 seconds. Architect has moved up one spot to 6th place. TRASH has also gained one position, now in 13th place. Okioke 3 is gaining on Jazz and the gap is shrinking fast. Architect is closing in on Okioke 3, and the distance is getting smaller. Playboy Fenty is catching up to Amy, and the gap is narrowing. Jazz is now just a second behind Essex. Amy has moved up to 10th place. Playboy Fenty is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Great to see you return to the stream. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race, so I hope you're ready for some fun. Sit back and enjoy the action. Congratulations to Jambo on winning the race. That's an incredible achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Jambo for winning the race. Well done on a great performance. Also, a big shout out to Joey for getting the fastest lap. Auntie. That means Joey can claim the 2002 Audi R8 LMP 900. And congratulations to Okioke3 for winning the bet race. They can also claim the 2002 Audi R8 LMP 900. Great racing all around, everyone. Sure. A fun fact about the Lesata track is that it's a mix of a racing circuit and public roads. The famous 24 Hours of Le Mans race takes place there, where the cars race continuously for a full day and night. This unique setup means the track is actually open to traffic when races aren't happening, making it a truly historic and special place in the world of motorsport. Hey Roy the Ronin. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Wow, that sounds really cool. If you're into racing games, you should definitely check out the custom career mode app. Got. It could add a whole new level of excitement to your gameplay. Feel free to ask in chat if anyone wants more details, or if you want me to share the Discord link. Don't miss out on this. Hey, Bugger! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action today. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up. If any of you are streamers and want to watch these races with your viewers, you're totally welcome to do so without needing to ask for permission. Feel free to share the fun and enjoy the races together. Hey Nist149, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey, everyone! Just a quick reminder that you can take screenshots of the race in progress by redeeming your channel points during the race. All the best screenshots will be uploaded to our Instagram page, so you can check them out later. If you want the link, just type !Instagram in chat, and the bot will send it right to you. Have fun capturing those epic moments. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time left to select your cars is almost up. Make sure to lock in your choices so you don't miss out on the fun. We've got some exciting races coming up. Both cars are quite impressive, but I think the 2019 McLaren 720's GT3 might have a slight edge. It's a more recent model with advanced aerodynamics and technology, which could give it better handling and speed on Lassart. The Aston Martin Vantage GT3 is a strong contender as well, especially with its balanced design. But I have a feeling the McLaren's newer engineering might help it reach the finish line in a better position. It'll be interesting to see how they perform. thanks to the Spanish Inquisition for the race request. The race just kicked off at Les Areth with the GT3 class. They're starting on pole in a 2016 Radical R XC Turbo G3. Enjoy the race, everyone. Alright everyone, this is the final race of the season. After this race, the stats will be reset for the new month. So, make sure to enjoy the action and see which cars come out on top before we start fresh next month. Let's make this race a good one. Alright, we've got about 10 minutes left in the practice session. If anyone has any questions or wants to see a specific car race again, just let me know. Otherwise, we can watch the remaining laps and see how the AI cars improve or change positions. Welcome back, Killjoy DOD. Great to see you at the stream again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Mist 149 is beginning their first lap now. Joey is also starting their first lap. Yambo is now in the lead on their first lap. Amundsen is close behind, just starting out. Playboy Karate is also on their first lap, a few seconds back from the front runners. Shadow Army is now leading the lap, pushing hard. King Mabel is close behind, trying to catch up. Naiba is in third, maintaining steady pace. Playboy Fenty is now on the track and heading into the first sector. Mufa Life is also on their initial lap, close behind. Maya has just begun and is trying to find their rhythm. Alright, just 5 minutes left in the practice session, everyone. Make sure to try out those different lines and get a good feel for the cars. We'll be running some quick qualifiers after this to see who will start at the front. Keep up the good work and stay focused. Jackal is now on their first timed lap. Deplorably, Apple has also begun their first lap. Someone else has just started their first timed lap too. Jazz is now on the track, setting their first lap. Amy has also begun their first timed lap. Rebel Kitty 338 has just started their initial lap as well. L8403 is now on their first timed lap, moving through the first few corners. They're currently in the middle of the pack, looking to improve their position. Keep an eye on their speed as they head toward the straightaway. Lord of the Jungle is now on their first timed lap, and is currently in third place. Everlasting Apex has just begun their first lap, and is in fifth place. XFX has gained 3 places, and is now in 17th position, with a lap time of 4 minutes, 14 seconds, and 631 milliseconds. Darth Blazer is on their first timed lap. Naya has improved their best lap to 4 minutes 20 seconds and 74 milliseconds, making it half a second faster than their previous best. Rizaldi Adha has climbed to 10th place with a lap time of 4 minutes 11 seconds and 823 milliseconds. improving by 6.7 seconds. ESA6 has moved up to 19th place, with a lap time of 4 minutes 14 seconds and 666 milliseconds, improving by 4.6 seconds. Alright, we've got about 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. If you have a favorite car or driver in mind, now's the time to cheer them on or see their latest lap. Let's keep an eye on those times and see if anyone can set a new best before it ends. Everlasting Apex is now in second place, and has improved their lap time to 4 minutes 15 seconds and 769 milliseconds. Darth Blazer has moved up to third place with a lap time of 4 minutes 16 seconds and 219 milliseconds. Both racers have made significant progress. Back to Feds is quickly hitting the track, gaining some speed. Gina Jones is right behind, pushing hard. Sam Turret is close by, looking to improve their time. Alright everyone, We have about 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. Make sure your favorite cars are pushing hard to set those top times. It's always exciting to see which one will grab the pole position. Stay tuned and let's see who will come out on top. Amy is now in the lead on her first timed lap. Playboy Fenty is close behind, just starting his lap. King Mabel is a few seconds back, also on her first lap. Kingle McCringleberry is just beginning their first lap. Shadow Army is also on their first lap. Playboy Carti has just started their first timed lap. Jambo is now on a timed lap, moving steadily. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has also just begun their lap, staying close behind. Amundsen has started their first lap, keeping a good pace. Rebel Kitty 338 is just beginning their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their progress. Deplorably has moved up to 11th place with a lap time of 4 minutes 14 seconds and .075. They improved their time by 1.1 seconds. Everlasting Apex is now in 14th place with a lap of 4 minutes 14 seconds and .917, improving by 0.9 seconds. Elite 403 has gained 2 places and is now in 26th position. They completed their lap in 4 minutes 19 seconds and 313 milliseconds, improving the previous time by 2.5 seconds. EZO 6 has gained 4 positions and is now in 19th place. They completed their lap in 4 minutes 16 seconds and 92 milliseconds, improving their time by 0.8 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has made a big jump to 4th place with a lap time of 4 minutes, 12 seconds, and 685 milliseconds. They improved their time by 7.4 seconds. Naiba moved up 2 positions to 25th with a lap of 4 minutes 17 seconds and 855 milliseconds, improving by 1.9 seconds. Mist 149 is now in 4th place and has gained 13 positions. Their latest lap time is 4 minutes 11 seconds and 968 milliseconds, improving by 3.6 seconds. Rizaldi Ada moved up 3 positions to 16 and clocked a lap of 4 minutes 14 seconds and 786 milliseconds, with an improvement of 1.3 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is leading the race with the Ferrari 488 GT3. Mist 149 is close behind in the Dodge Viper, and Jumbo is in 3rd with the Chevrolet Camaro. Amy, you're currently in 5th place with the SCG03, holding a solid position. Joey is driving an Aston Martin Vantage AMR from 2018. They are currently in 8th place and haven't set their fastest lap yet. The race looks competitive with a lot of close positions. Mist 149 has just moved up to 1st place. Playboy Fenty and Actifeds are battling closely for 7. Rizaldi Ada and Deplorabliable are fighting hard for 14. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Playboy Cardi and Rebel Kitty 3 138 are battling closely for 11th place. Deplorably Apple has moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Actifeds has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Jazz has also gained 1 position, now in 8th. Playboy Fenty and Jazz are closely battling for 8th place. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. New for Life has also gained 1 position, now in 23rd place. Wife and Darth Blazer are battling closely for 22nd place. Shadow Army and Jambo are battling closely for 3rd place. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to 8. Rizaldi Adha has gained 2 positions and is now in 12th. Yambo is holding a narrow lead over Hingle McCringleberry for 2nd place. Shadow Army and Jambo are battling closely for 3rd position. Back Davids has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Jazz and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 7th place. Isa 6 has moved up 1 spot to take 18. Aminsan has also gained 1 position, now in 20th. Lord of the Jungle climbs to 6th place. Playboy Fenty moves up to 7. Jazz and FK Feds are battling closely for 8th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Gina Jones and Rebel Kitty 338 are battling closely for 10th position. Yambo has just overtaken for second place. Shadow Army is also moving up to third. Amy is climbing to fourth. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping back to 29th place. Fact the Feds is climbing to 7th place. Jazz is moving up to 8th place. Deplorably Apple advances to 12th place. Everlasting Apex and Playboy Carty are battling closely for 13th place. Essex and Green Amber Red Yellow are fighting for 15th place. Aminsan has moved up one spot to take the 18th place. Darth Blazer has also gained one position, now in 21st. Elite 403 and Darth Blazer are closely battling for 21st place. Deplorable Apple is climbing up to 11th place. Gina Jones and Deplorable Apple are battling closely for 11. Everlasting Apex and Playboy Carty are fighting hard for 13. Jazz moves up to 7th place. Rebel Kitty 338 and FK Faithful battling closely for 8th. Rizaldia Adha and Rebel Kitty re-entered 38 are fighting for 9th. Rizaldi Adha is moving up one spot to take 8th place. Rizaldi Adha and FK Fectets are battling closely for 8th place. Rebel Kitty 338 and Rizaldi Adha are fighting hard for 9th place. Playboy Fenty has moved up one spot to 5th place. Lord of the Jungle and Playboy Fenty are closely contesting for 5th position. Gina Jones has advanced 2 spots to 10th place. Gina Jones and Rizaldi Adha are fighting for 9th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 5th place. Jazz has moved up to 6th. Back the Feds is in 7th. Playboy Fenty is now in 29th place and falling back. Jambo is gaining on Mist 149, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Shadow Army is also closing in on Jambo, reducing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Playboy Carty and Rizaldi Adha are battling closely for 9th place. Deplorably Apple and Rebel Kitty 338 are fighting hard for 11th. Everlasting Apex and Isesix are in a tight contest for 13th. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Playboy Cardi and has closed the gap by 1.2 seconds. Deplorably Apple and Rebel Kitty 338 are battling closely for 11th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 15th position. Rizaldi Adha moves up to 8th place. Rizaldi Adha and FK Favorites are battling closely for 7th. Deplorable Apple and Rebel Kitty 138 are fighting hard for 11th. Shadow Army and Jambo are battling closely for 2nd place. Gina Jones is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Playboy Cardi is also closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by 1 second. Joey is driving an Aston Martin Vantage AMR from 2018. Their race seems challenging as they are in the last position and have the slowest lap time among all racers. Welcome back, Nisantednons. Glad to see you've returned to the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races. Amundsen has dropped back to 28th place. Shadow Army and Jambo are battling closely for 2nd place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on FK Thethers, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha and FK Thethers are fighting for 7th place. Shadow Army has just overtaken Jambo and is now in 2nd place. Jambo is fighting hard to regain the position. Ezesix and Everlasting Apex are close together in the 13th spot, battling for that position. Jambo has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Ezesix has gained 2 spots, now in 12th. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up 1 spot to 18th. Shadow Army is now in 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 3rd place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and Rebecca T3. 138 are battling closely for 14th place. Jambo has moved up to 3rd place. Lord of the Jungle is now less than 2 seconds behind. Amy, Dotchka. Jazz is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by a second. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is also catching up to Elite 403, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Neighbor Life has moved up 1 spot and is now in 21st place. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 12th place. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 140 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is catching up to Elite 403, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Playboy Carti is making a strong move and now in 5th place. King Mabel is closing in on Maya, and the gap is shrinking fast. Jackal has climbed 1 spot and is now in 24th place. Everlasting Apex is climbing fast into 3rd place. Isu6 is making a strong push into 4th. The Danish Inquisition is also advancing, now in 8th place. Joey is now in 2nd place, closing the gap with the leader. The Spanish Inquisition has moved into 4th place, gaining ground. Playboy Fenty is in 6th place, making a strong push forward. Playboy Fenty is closing the gap on Everlasting Apex by 15.8 seconds. Ezra6 is catching up to Playboy Fenty, reducing the distance by 11.2 seconds. Rebel Kit A338 is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 18.8 seconds. Elite 403 has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Roy the Ronin is also climbing 1 spot, now in 18th place. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 4th place. The Spanish Inquisition and Everlasting Apex are battling closely for that position. Elite 403 is advancing to 14th place. Darth Blazer is gaining on Ezra6, closing the gap by 1 second. Yambo and New for Life are battling closely for 9th place. Deplorably Apple has moved up 1 spot to 22nd. Doshinist. Playboy Fenty and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 5th place. Ezra6 and Playboy Fenty are also fighting for 6th. Jambo has moved up 1 spot to take 9th. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Ezra6 has also gained 1 position, now in 6th place. The Spanish Inquisition and Ezra6 are closely battling for 6th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is rapidly catching up to Maya, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Darth Blazer and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 7th place. Lord of the Jungle is climbing up 1 spot to 20th. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is rapidly catching up to Maya, closing the gap by 8.2 seconds. Elite 403 and Playboy Carti are battling closely for 12th place. Jazz and Elite 403 are fighting it out for 13th place. Gambo is holding a slight lead over Darth Blazer for 8th place. Lord of the Jungle and Amy are still close in the fight for 19th. Ingle McCringleberry and Jackal are battling hard for 25th. Naibe is gaining on Nemu for life. The gap is now less than 2 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is catching up to Maya, closing the distance by over a second. Shadow Army is now in 2nd place. Playboy Fenty and Everlasting Apex are battling closely for 4th. I am moving up to 18th place. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Playboy Fenty, and is now just a few seconds behind. Playboy Fenty has moved up 2 spots to 3rd place. Ezra6 has also moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Everlasting Apex and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for 3rd place. Roy the Ronin is gaining on Sam Turk, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is climbing up to 15th place. Everlasting Apex and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for third place. Elite 403 and Playboy Carti are also fighting hard for 11th place. King Mabel is gaining on Joey, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Elite 403 advances 1 spot to 11. Hingle McCringleberry moves up 1 to 23. Dorda Wind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Emerson, cutting the gap by 3.8 seconds. Playboy Carti has moved up to 11th place. Jazz is now in 12th place. Roy the Ronin has advanced to 14th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Essex, cutting the gap to just under 2 seconds. They are battling hard for 5th place. Jazz and Playboy Carti are also close, fighting for 11th position. Jambo has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. The Spanish Inquisition and Jambo are closely battling for 6th. Naibe is also advancing, climbing 1 spot to 9th. Naiba and Darth Blazer are battling closely for 8th place. Jazz is closing in on Nuclear Life, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 and another racer are fighting hard for 18th place. Naiba has dropped back to 27th place. Shadow Army is gaining on Mist 149. Closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Shadow Army, reducing the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Naibe is rapidly catching up to Maya. The gap is shrinking fast. Jambo is gaining on Essex, closing in by over 1 second. Darth Blazer is also making moves, reducing the distance to the Spanish Inquisition by nearly 2 seconds. Jazz is climbing fast into 7th place. Sam Turret is also making progress, now in 10th. Jambo has moved up 2 spots to 4th. Lord of the Jungle is now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Elite 403 has moved up to 10th after passing 6 cars. Someone is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 6 cars. King Mabel is climbing fast, now in 16th place after overtaking 7 cars. Maya is also making moves, now in 19th place after overtaking 5 cars. Playboy Fenty and Shadow Army are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Amy is now in 18th place after overtaking 4 cars. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Joey is in 4th place, driving a 2018 Aston Martin Vantage, and their lap time is 4:12.547, which is solid but a bit behind the leaders. The race for Joey looks competitive, with a chance to move higher. Jacko is driving a 2015 Cadillac TSVR and is currently in the 25th position. Their fastest lap is 4 minutes, 27 seconds. The race seems challenging for them, with a slower lap time compared to others. Someone is in 10th place, and Deplorably Bo is in 29th. Someone has a clear lead, but Deplorably Bo has some catching up to do. Shadow Army has moved up to 2nd place. Playboy Fenty and Shadow Army are battling closely for 2nd. Jazz is now 1.6 seconds behind the Spanish Inquisition. Jazz and the Spanish Inquisition are fighting for 6th place. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Jazz and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 6th place. Someone and Elite 403 are fighting hard for 10th place. Everlasting Apex is now just a few car lengths behind Jambo. Jazz and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Sam Turret, closing the gap by over a second. They are now fighting for 8th place. The Spanish Inquisition is narrowing the gap to Everlasting Apex by 140 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Amy is closing in on Darth Blazer by 1.1 seconds. Elite 403 has moved up to 9th place. Someone is closing in on Sam Turret, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on FK Feds, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is climbing fast, now in 3rd place. Rizaldi Adha has gained 1 position, now in 25th. Aminsan also moved up 1 spot, now in 26th. Ezesix is making a strong move, now in 3rd place after overtaking 12 cars. Joey is also climbing fast, now in 7th after passing 6 cars. Amy and Darth Blazer are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 4th place after overtaking 4 cars. Elite 403 has moved up to 5th place, passing 7 cars. Ekthefeds is in 6th place, also moving up 7 positions. Amy is maintaining her position in the top 10. Playboy Cardi is now in the 18th place after overtaking 4 cars. Naibi has moved up to the 17th place, also overtaking 4 cars. Maya has advanced to the 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has moved up to 8th place. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Playboy Cardi, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Naiba is now in 16th place, moving up 1 spot. Maya and Naiba are close together, fighting for 16. Rebel Kitty 338 and Playboy Cardi are also close, battling for 18. Ezza6 has gained one position and is now in second place. Playboy Fenty and Ezza6 are battling closely for second. I am moving up one spot and now in 7th place. Nufalayev is under pressure with someone rapidly closing in. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap steadily. Hekti Feds has moved up one spot to 5th place. Izishix has moved up one spot to take the lead. Someone is also climbing one spot to be in 10th place. New for Life and another racer are locked in a close battle for 10th place. Darth Blazer is moving up to 9th place. King Mabel is closing in on New for Life. The gap is shrinking fast. The battle for 9th place between Darth Blazer and the other driver is heating up. Ezza6 is closing in on missed 149. The gap shrinking by 3.6 seconds. Amy is gaining on a light 403, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Nufalife has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Playboy Fenty has moved up one spot into 2nd place. Lord of the Jungle has also advanced one position into 3rd place. Darth Blazer has gained 2 spots and is now in 9th place. King Mabel is gaining on Move for Life, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Jazz has moved up one place to 12. Someone has dropped back 9 positions to 21 hours. Lord of the Jungle is now in 3rd place. Akta Feds has moved up to 4th. King Mabel and New for Life are battling closely for 10th place. Yambo is now in 8th place after overtaking 5 cars. Jazz has moved into 9th place, also passing 3 cars. Sam Turt has climbed to 10th place, overtaking 5 cars as well. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 13th place after overtaking 5 cars. Someone else is making a strong move, passing 3 cars to reach 19th place. Green Amber, Red Yellow is closing the gap on Rizaldi Adha, cutting it down by 330 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is making a strong move, overtaking 5 cars to reach the 16th place. Amy is also gaining ground, overtaking 7 cars to move into 15th place. Someone is charging through the field, overtaking 5 cars to take the 14th position. Green Amber Red Yellow is rapidly catching Rizaldi Adha, now just 6 seconds behind. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Joey has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Ezra6 is gaining on Elite for 103. The gap is shrinking quickly. The Spanish Inquisition is catching up to Everlasting Apex, closing the distance steadily. Someone is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition. The gap is narrowing fast. Gina Jones is driving a 2016 Radical RX C-Turbo G3. She is currently in 8th place, and her fastest lap is 4:17.645. It looks like she's maintaining a steady pace, but still has room to improve. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Playboy Fenty, and is now just behind by about 1 second. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is also closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the distance by a similar margin. Playboy Fenty is now just a few car lengths behind Mist 149. Someone is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition quickly. Playboy Carti and Maya are battling closely for the 18th position. Ezit and Elite 403 are battling closely for 5th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Easer 6, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Jazz has moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th place. New for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 340 seconds. Jazz is now just a second behind Gina Jones. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Roy the Ronin, closing the gap to less than a second. Sam Tirt moves up 1 spot to 10th place. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Joey, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Amundsen, narrowing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Ezra 6 and Elite 403 are battling closely for 5th place. Everlasting Apex has moved up 1 spot to take 11th. Someone has gained 2 positions to reach 12th. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Roy the Ronin, closing the gap by almost 8 seconds. Azer 6 has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Elite 403 and Azer 6 are battling closely for 5th position. Naiba is rapidly catching up to the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Jazz is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap steadily. Deplorably Apple is making a move on Roy the Ronin, reducing the distance between them. Jumbo is in 9th place with the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a high position soon. The GT3 class at La Sarthe is creating close competition with a mix of older and newer models. The track's long straights favor cars with high top speeds, like the Audi R8 and Corvette. Drivers with better handling and consistency are gaining positions. Naiba and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for the 16th position. King Mabel is gaining on Playboy Cardi, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Darth Blazer is driving a 2019 McLaren 720 GT3. They are currently in 23rd place, with a fastest lap of 4 minutes 20.216 seconds. The race seems competitive for them. FK Feds is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Elite 403, getting closer with every lap. Jazz is also closing in on Gina Jones, making this a tight battle for the top spots. Easotix is gaining on FH with a 12.5 second reduction. Elite 403 is closing in on SSX, cutting the gap by 6.2 seconds. Jambo is catching up to Jazz, closing the distance by 4 seconds. Sam Turt is gaining on Jambo, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Everlasting Apex is catching up to Sam Turt, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jambo is climbing fast, now in 4th place. Jazz is also advancing, now in 5th. Sam Turt is making a move, now in 6th. Everlasting Apex is making a strong push, now in 4th place after overtaking 7 cars. Joey has gained 1 spot, and is now in 13th. Naiba and Rebel Kitty 338 are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Joey is now in 6th place after overtaking 7 cars. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 14th place, overtaking 3 cars. Darth Blazer is closing in on Netwoo for life, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. King Mabel is climbing fast, now in 15th place. Playboy Cardi has moved up to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Spanish Inquisition has gained 1 position, now in 13th place. Naiba is climbing fast, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also on the move, passing 4 cars to reach 16th place. Ekthefeds has gained 1 position, now in 8th place. The track's long straights and tight corners are favoring cars with good top speed and handling. The leading cars are maintaining their positions through consistent lap times. The Spanish Inquisition is feeling the pressure with the gap shrinking by 2.5 seconds. Darth Blazer and Netwoo for life are locked in a close fight for the 20th spot. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is feeling the pressure with that gap shrinking by over a second. Playboy Cardi is climbing up to 18th place, gaining ground. The Spanish Inquisition is making a move, and is now in 13th place. They are closely followed by another racer, and it looks like they are in a tight battle for that position. The La Sarthe track's mix of long straights and tight corners is favoring cars with good top speed and handling. The leaders are maintaining strong positions with consistent lap times, while some slower cars are struggling in the tighter section. Elite 203 is gaining on FK Thets and has closed the gap to just under 3 seconds. They are battling closely for 8th place. Amy has moved up 1 position to 15. She is in a tight fight with the Spanish Inquisition for 14. Gina Jones is now in 8th place. Lord of the Jungle has moved into 9th. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Elite 403, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Elite 403, and is now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Other Racer, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up 2 spots, and is now in 15th place. Samtet has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Vectefeds has also moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Gina Jones is moving up 1 spot to take 8th place. Gina Jones is gaining on FK Feds, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take 12th place. New for Life is closing in on Maya, reducing the gap by 140 seconds. Jazz is holding on to the 4th place with Jambo right behind. Lord of the Jungle and Gina Jones are battling closely for the 8th spot. Jazz is now in 4th place. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 8th place. Gina Jones and Lord of the Jungle are close together in the race for 8th. Mist 149 is driving a 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GR3. Their fastest lap is 4 minutes 10 seconds and 921 milliseconds. They are currently in 1st place and leading the race, showing a strong performance. Amy has moved up to 14th place. Naibe has also gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Rebel Kitty 338 and Naibe are battling closely for 16th place. Lord of the Jungle is driving a 2012 Audi R8 LMS Ultra Dot. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap time of 4 minutes, 10 seconds, and 404 milliseconds. Their race looks steady with consistent lap times. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149. The gap is now shrinking rapidly. Isa 6 is closing in on Playboy Fenty, getting closer by the second. Elite 403 has moved up 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Thank you so much, Nebion100, for subscribing at Tier 1. I really appreciate your support for the stream. It means a lot to have you here with us today. Jambo has moved up to 4th place. Samtet is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gekthi Feds is closing in on Samtet, reducing the gap by 1 second. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149 and closing the distance. Sam Turret is catching up to Jazz quickly. Ekfeveds is also closing in on Sam Turret, making the race more intense. Jambo is now in 3rd place. Jazz has moved into 4th. Sam Turret is in 5th. The race is heating up. Ekfeveds has moved up to 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is now 7th. Elite 403 is closing in on Ezra 6, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Everlasting Apex is now just behind Elite 403, closing the gap to less than a second. Someone has overtaken to take the 11th place. Joey has moved up to 12th place. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is climbing 2 positions to take 14th place. Gina Jones is under pressure as the Spanish Inquisition gains on her. Maya is climbing fast, now in 15th place after overtaking 4 cars. New Full Life is also making moves, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Welcome back, Nebion100. It's great to see you return to the stream. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back and enjoy the action. Hey Nebion100, congrats on the sub goal. That's awesome. Looks like everyone's having a good time watching these AI cars race. Who are you rooting for? Amy is now in 15th place after overtaking 7 cars. Rebel Kitty 3. 138 has moved up to 16th after overtaking 4 cars. Darth Blazer is in 18th after overtaking 3 cars. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Ekfeveds, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Jambo has moved up to 2nd place. Playboy Cartier and Maya are battling closely for 19. King Mabel is gaining on New for Life, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Jazz has moved up to 3rd place. Samter is gaining on Jambo, closing the gap by 330 seconds. Joey is catching Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ezra 6 is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take 9th place. King Mabel is climbing 1 spot to reach 21st place. Isa6 is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1 second. Everlasting Apex is catching up to Elite 403, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Everlasting Apex and Elite 403 are battling closely for the 10th position. Shakes is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Everlasting Apex has climbed to 5th, gaining ground fast. Joey has moved up to 8th, making some solid progress. Jambo is in 12th place with the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a top 10 finish if he keeps up the pace. Gina Jones is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 5 cars. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Amy, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow is closing in on Enwu for life, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Amy is gaining rapidly on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Feck the Feds is right behind Jazz, closing the gap steadily. Maya has moved up 1 position, now in the 19th spot. Rebel Kid A338 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Gina Jones and another racer are battling closely for 8th position. Izutix is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Someone and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 7th place. Joey and Everlasting Apex are fighting it out for 10th position. Izutix is gaining on Playboy Fenty. The gap is shrinking fast. A driver just moved up 2 spots to take 6th place. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Gina Jones. The distance is getting smaller by 3.6 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a Radical RXC Turbo GT3 from 2016. They started in the 1st position but are currently in 8th place, with a fastest lap of 4 minutes 19 seconds and 49 hundredths. Their race seems to be challenging as they have dropped back from the lead. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Mist 149. The gap is down to just a few seconds. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Back the Feds has also gained 1 position, now in 4th. Gina Jones is now in 6th place. Everlasting Apex has moved into 7th. Joey is in 8th place. Joey is now in 7th place. Jambo has moved up 2 spots to 9th. Samtet is in 11th after climbing 1 position. Naiba and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 13th place. King Mabel is gaining on Darth Blazer, and has cut the gap by 1 second. Amy is currently in 18th place and trying to regain ground. Joey is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 12th place, making a solid push forward. Joey is now in 6th place. King Mabel is getting closer to Darth Blazer, and has cut the gap by 2.2 seconds. Playboy Cardi is up 1 spot and now in 18th place. Everlasting Apex is now in 7th place. Jambo has moved into 8th place. Lord of the Jungle is in 9th place. Fact the Feds is closing in on Jazz, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Jambo and Everlasting Apex are battling closely for 7th place. Sam Turret has moved up 1 spot to 10. Sam Turret is driving a Porsche 911 GT 3R. They are currently in the 11th place and have a fastest lap time of 4 minutes, 12 seconds, and 224 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they might need to improve their lap times to move higher. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just a few seconds. King Mabel is making a strong move, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jazz is narrowing the distance to Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Someone is in 5th place, doing well with a fastest lap of 4 minutes 9 seconds. Deplorably Apple is in 27th, quite a bit behind with a slower lap time. Someone has a good chance to stay ahead if they keep consistent. Green Amber, Red Yellow is gaining on Move for Life, closing the gap by 9.5 seconds. Jambo is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th position. Naiba moves up to 15th place. Playboy Cardi is closing in on Darth Blazer, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow advances to 19th place. Green Amber Red Yellow and Maya are battling closely for 18th place. FK Feds is gaining on Jazz. The gap is now less than 3 seconds. Joey is catching up to another racer, closing the distance by over a second. Gina Jones is making a move on Sam Turd, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Fact the Feds is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Sam Turret is closing in on Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. King Mabel is driving a Renault Sport R S01 GT3. They started in 3rd place and are currently in the 13th position. Their fastest lap is around 4 minutes and 14 seconds. The race seems to be challenging for them, as they have dropped back a few spots from their starting position. Jambo has moved up to 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 7th. King Mabel is closing the gap on the Spanish Inquisition by 3 seconds. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 8th place. Amy is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Sam Turret is now in 8th place. Gina Jones is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Playboy Cardi is catching up to Darth Blazer, narrowing the distance by just over 2 seconds. Shadow Army is now just a few car lengths behind New For Life Dorton. Amy is gaining on Roy the Ronin and is now within striking distance. King Mabel is gaining fast on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Playboy Carti, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. They are battling closely for the 17th place. The driver moving up 1 spot is now in 4th place. Maya has also moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. And New For Life has advanced 1 position to 19th place. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Jambo is also closing in on FA Key Feds, reducing the distance by 3.1 seconds. King Mabel and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for the 12th position. Gina Jones is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. King Mabel has moved up 1 spot to take the 12th position. Shadow Army is narrowing the distance to Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Sam Turret is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just over a second. Naibe is closing in on Rebel Kitty 338, cutting the distance by 3 seconds. Naibe and Rebel Kitty 338 are battling closely for the 14th position. Elite for 103 is closing the gap on Eza 6 rapidly, cutting it down by 12.6 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Everlasting Apex has also gained 1 position, now in 7th place. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Sam Turret has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Joey has also moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Aminson's car is an Aston Martin Vantage AM from 2018. They are currently in 23rd place and their fastest lap is 4 minutes, 22.115 seconds. The race seems challenging for them so far. Joey is now in 8th place. King Mabel has moved up to 11. Naibe is in 12th. Joey is now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Darth Blazer is closing in on Rebel Kitty 338, reducing the distance by 4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining fast on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Playboy, Carti and Darth Blazer are also battling hard for 15th place. The track's long straights and sharp corners are favoring cars with top speed and good handling. Overtakes are happening mainly on the straights. Maya is now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nonstop has also moved up 3 spots, now in 15th place. The Spanish Inquisition is closing the gap on Gina Jones, reducing it by 1.1 seconds. Naibe is now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Rebel Kit A338 has moved up to 14th place, also passing 4 cars. Jazz is closing the gap on Playboy Fenty, reducing it by 2.3 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on Naibe, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Aminsan is catching up to Shadow Army, the distance between them shrinking rapidly. Everlasting Apex is gaining on FSEC Thiefets. Samtert is closing in on Lord of the Jungle. Playboy Carti and Maya are battling for the 15th place. Everlasting Apex is gaining on FSEC Thiefets, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Playboy Carti is climbing up to 15th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and Move for Life are battling closely for 17th place. Jazz is feeling the pressure with someone closing in fast. Sam Tirrett is gaining on Lord of the Jungle quickly. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up 1 spot and is now in 17th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Gina Jones and is now just a few seconds behind. Naiba and King Mabel are battling closely for 12th place. Ezu6 is closing the gap on Shadow Army and is now within 1.4 seconds. Jazz is feeling the pressure with someone closing in on her. Naiba has moved up 1 spot to 12. Rebel Kitty 338 is gaining on King Mabel, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Someone is closing in on Jazz, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bakti Feds is moving up 1 spot to 5th place. Darth Blazer is gaining on No for Life, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Joey and has closed the gap by 1740 seconds. Someone is catching up to Jazz, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Everlasting Apex has moved up 1 position to take 6th place. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 7th place. King Mabel is now 1.5 seconds closer to Naibe. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Maya by 140 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and Maya are battling for 16th place. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149. The gap is shrinking fast. Sam Tirrett is closing in on Joey, closing the distance by over a second. Amy and Roy the Ronin are battling closely for 25th place. Joey is driving an Aston Martin Vantage AMR from 2018. He's currently in 8th place and has a fastest lap of 4 minutes, 12 seconds and 547 milliseconds. He's racing steady, but he might need to pick up the pace to move higher. Naiba moves up to 11th place. King Mabel advances to 12th place. Playboy Carti is closing in on Rebel Kitty 338. The gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Jazz is under pressure as someone is closing in, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Santirt has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Green, amber, red, yellow has also gained 1 position, now sitting in 16th. Someone is leading the race and has a good gap, but Deplorable is close behind in 17th place. It's a tight battle, and Deplorable could catch up if they push hard in the remaining laps. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Elite 403 is catching up to Amin Sun, narrowing the distance significantly. Everlasting Apex is gaining on FKT Feds, now just over 2 seconds behind. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap to around 1 second. Playboy Carti is catching Rebel Kitty 338, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Everlasting Apex quickly, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Someone is narrowing the distance to Jazz by a second. Rebel Kitty 338 and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 13th place. Maya has moved up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Move for Life is in 15th place, having overtaken 4 cars. Joey and Sam Turret are battling closely for 8th place, staying very tight. Roy the Ronin is making a strong move, climbing to 23rd place. Deplorable is also advancing fast, now in 24th. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1 seconds. Someone is in 4th place, and has a good gap ahead. Deplorable is in 25th, quite behind. It looks like someone has the edge for now. Jazz is gaining on Playboy Fenty, and is now just a few seconds behind. Everlasting Apex is narrowing the distance to FKT Feds. Rebel Kitty 338 is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition. Darth Blazer is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149. The gap shrinking by over 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is catching up to FK Feds, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Playboy Carti is now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Naiba has also moved up 3 positions to 13th. Shadow Army is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Active Feds is gaining on the leader, closing the gap quickly. Joey has moved up to 8th place. Darth Blazer is narrowing the distance to Naibi, getting closer by 3 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is driving an Aston Martin Vantage, AMR, from 2018. They are currently in the 28th place, with a fastest lap of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they haven't gained many positions yet. Everlasting Apex is gaining on FCK Feds, and is now just a few seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Sam Turk and is making good progress. Yambo is also closing in on Aminsun, narrowing the distance slightly. Joey is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Sam Turk, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Maya and New for Life are locked in a close fight for the 15th position. Everlasting Apex is driving a 2015 Jaguar F-Type GT3. They started in 2nd place, and are currently in 5th. Their fastest lap is 4 minutes, 13 seconds, so they are maintaining a solid pace, but slightly falling back from the leaders. Jazz is under pressure with someone closing in, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Playboy Cardi is gaining on King Mabel, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 15th place. Effect is now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 21st place, also overtaking 3 cars. Rebel Kitty 338 has advanced to 22nd place with a similar move. Gina Jones has moved up to 8th place. Darth Blazer is closing in on Naibe, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Move for Life has moved up to 16th place. New for Life is gaining on Shadow Army with a 1.6 second gap. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Rebel Kitty 338 and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 21st position. Boy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Move for Life has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has also moved up 1 spot to 16th place. Joey is gaining on Sam Turd, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. King Mabel is also making moves, closing in on Joey by 1.7 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot and is now in 17th place. Joey is gaining on Sam Turk, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. King Mabel is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Deplorably Apple has moved up one spot to take 24th place. Amy is now in 24th place. Deplorably Apple is right behind, close in the fight for that position. Naibi is just ahead of Playboy Carti for 12th place. Deplorable Apple and Amy are battling closely for 24th. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Elite 403, cutting the gap by over a second. Lord of the Jungle is now in 6th place. Gina Jones has moved into 7th. Joey has climbed into 9th. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Playboy Fenty. Joey has moved up to 8th place. Samtirt has also gained a position, and is now in 9th place. Jazz is closing in on Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. King Mabel is climbing up to 10th place. Naiba is moving into 11th place. Jazz is now just behind Playboy Fenty, closing the gap to less than a second. Samtir is gaining on Joey, cutting the distance by almost 2 seconds. Moan Wu for Life has moved up one spot and is now in 14th place. Joey is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1 second. Roy the Ronin has moved up 2 places and is now in 22nd position. Shadow Army is gaining fast on Green Amber Red Yellow, now just 8.6 seconds behind. Jazz is closing in on Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap to 2.4 seconds. Joey has moved up one spot to 7th place. Darth Blazer is now in 12th place. New for Life has moved up to 13th. Maya is in 14th and climbing. Darth Blazer's car is a 2019 McLaren 720 SGT3. They are currently in the 13th position, with a fastest lap of 4 minutes, 20.216 seconds. The race seems challenging for them as their lap times are slower compared to the leaders. Playboy Fenty is gaining fast on Mist 149. Green Amber Red Yellow has made a strong move, now in 10th place after overtaking 5 cars. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by over a second. Jazz is driving a Callaway Corvette C7 GT3, which is known for its high performance and aerodynamics. Jazz is currently in 3rd place, maintaining a solid position with the fastest lap of 4 minutes, 9 seconds, and 81 milliseconds. The race seems competitive for Jazz, staying close to the leaders. Shadow Army is now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone in Jazz are battling closely for 3rd place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Sam Turt, now just 3.1 seconds behind. Joey is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Jumbo is also catching up to Efectithets, getting closer with every lap. Jazz is gaining on Playboy Fenty, and is now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is also closing in on Aminsan, getting closer with every lap. Everlasting Apex is driving a 2015 Jaguar F Type GT33. They started in second place and are currently in fifth. Their fastest lap is 4 minutes, 13 seconds, which is a bit slower than the leaders. The race seems competitive for them. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Playboy Fenty. Asia 6 is gaining on Maya and closing the distance. Rebel Kitty 338 is rapidly catching up to Roy the Ronin, reducing the gap significantly. Santet has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Darth Blazer and New for Life are battling closely for 14th place. Gina Jones is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. Gina Jones has moved up to 8th place. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 22nd position. Playboy Cardi is closing the gap on Elite 403 by almost 2 seconds. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149 and is now just a few seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is closing the distance to Roy the Ronin. Playboy Cardi is making a move on Elite 403 and is now within striking distance. Jumbo is driving a 2011 Chevrolet Camaro GT3. They are currently in 9th place and have a fastest lap time of 4 minutes, 8.162 seconds. Their race looks steady so far. Jazz is now just behind Playboy Fenty, closing the gap to less than a second. Gina Jones is gaining on Sam Turret, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. King Mabel has moved up 1 position to take 10th place. Sam Turret is gaining on Lord of the Jungle. The gap is now smaller by nearly 3 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Sam Turret, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. And Minsan is making a move on the Spanish Inquisition, reducing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just under 6 seconds. Samtiat is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Aminsan is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, reducing the gap by 2 seconds. Rebel Kitty 338 is rapidly catching Jambo. The gap is shrinking fast. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Jazz, closing the distance by a couple of seconds. Expecte Feds is gaining on SS6, just over a second behind now. Gina Jones is now just a few car lengths behind Sam Tour. Joey is gaining rapidly on Gina Jones. Green, amber, red, yellow is closing the gap on Shadow Army. FK Feds is really closing the gap on SS6 now. Someone is gaining on Playboy Fenty, reducing the distance by 1 second. Darth Blazer is advancing to 14th place. The battle between New for Life and Darth Blazer for that spot is heating up. Isajix is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by over a second. Everlasting Apex is now just a few seconds behind Jazz. Someone is gaining on Playboy Fenty. Quickly. Joey has climbed 2 places and is now in 7th. Joey is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 8.1 seconds. Roy the Ronin is closing in on Jambo, reducing the gap by 7.6 seconds. And Wolf for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 14th place. Joey is now just a few seconds behind Lord of the Jungle. Shadow Army is gaining on Naibi, getting closer by over a second. Amy is catching up to Playboy Cardi, closing the gap slightly. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Shadow Army, now just a few seconds behind. Rizaldi Adha is closing the distance to Deplorable, getting closer with every lap. Green, amber, red, yellow is now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Isashakes has moved up 1 spot to 16. Green, amber, red, yellow is now just a few seconds behind Gina Jones. Elite 403 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition. I am closing in on Playboy Carti. The gap shrinking steadily. Joey is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Samtir, reducing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Joey is now just a few seconds behind Lord of the Jungle. Isa6 is gaining on Maya, and is now within 2 seconds. I am closing in on Playboy Carti, and the gap is down to just over a second. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Everlasting Apex. The gap is now smaller by 3.7 seconds. Jambo is catching up to FK Thets, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Aminsan is making progress on Rebel Kitty 338, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jambo is gaining on FK Thefets, and is now just a few seconds behind. Joey is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, and has reduced the gap to 1 second. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is catching up to Gina Jones, and is now less than 2 seconds behind. Amy is rapidly catching up to Elite 403. The gap is down to 6 seconds. Sam Tirch is gaining on Joey, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Naibe is closing in on King Mabel, only 1.6 seconds between them. Playboy Fenty is under pressure as someone is closing in quickly. Sam Tirch is gaining on Joey, closing the gap significantly. Rebel Kitty Ershatilanit is 38 is also making a move on Roy the Ronin, reducing the distance between them. The gap between the Chaser and Playboy Fenty is shrinking fast, down by 1.5 seconds. Sam Tirch has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Maya is closing in on New for Life, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Maya and New for Life are battling closely for 14th place. Shadow Army is now just a few seconds behind Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. King Mabel is gaining on Shadow Army, and could be right on their tails soon. Ezra6 is catching up to Maya, closing the gap to just over a second. And Rule for Life is gaining on Naibi, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Factifeds is catching Ezra6 quickly, now within a second. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 21st place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on Gina Jones, and is now just over a second behind. Someone is catching up to Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Naibe is narrowing the distance to King Mabel, reducing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. The driver behind Playboy Fenty is gaining, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Joey is catching up to Sam Tirch, closing the distance by 3.1 seconds. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Mist 149. Someone is catching up to Playboy Fenty quickly. Sam Tirch is narrowing the distance to Lord of the Jungle. Shadow Army is driving a 2016 Callaway Corvette C7 GT3. They are currently in 12th place, close to the top 10, and their fastest lap is 4 minutes, 8.697 seconds. The race seems competitive for them. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. Roy the Ronin is closing in on Rebel Kitty 338, getting closer with every lap. Wasilti Rainforest, an Insan is narrowing the gap to the Spanish Inquisition, making a strong push. Lord of the Jungle is now just a few seconds behind Everlasting Apex. Joey is gaining on Sam Tirch quickly. Rebel Kitty 3 Aminsan is gaining fast on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Playboy Fenty has moved up one spot to take the lead. Someone else has also advanced one position to claim second place. Semtead has moved up one spot to take sixth place. Maya and Move for Life are battling closely for 14th place. Roy the Ronin is closing in on Rebel Kitty 338, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Joey is rapidly catching Mist 149. The gap is shrinking by 11.8 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Roy the Ronin has moved up one spot to take the 19th position. Shadow Army is now just a few seconds behind Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. Ezusix is gaining on Maya, closing the distance steadily. Playboy Carti is catching up to Darth Blazer, the gap shrinking quickly. Congratulations to Playboy Fenty on winning the race. That's an incredible achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Playboy Fenty for winning the race. Great job out there. Yambo, you got the fastest lap, so you can claim the 2011 Chevrolet Camaro GT3. Well done on that impressive speed. And to the winner of the bet race, you get to claim the 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GT3. Congratulations to everyone for some exciting racing today. Sure. A fun fact about the Autodromo di Franciacorta track is that it's known for its challenging layout with a mix of high-speed corners and technical sections. It's often called a mini Nürburgring because of its variety and the way it tests drivers' skills. Plus, it's nestled in the beautiful Italian countryside, making for a stunning backdrop during races. Alright everyone, the time to choose your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your picks in before it's too late. We're about to start the race soon. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. The 2014 On-Road Ligier JSP2, Honda driven by Nissan Tesnuts, is known for its lightweight design and good aerodynamic balance, which can make it very competitive on a track like Autodromo di Franciacorta. On the other hand, the 2011 Oreca 03, driven by Nibe, is a solid car, but a few years older, which might affect its performance slightly, especially in terms of aerodynamics and technology. Considering the age difference and the car specifications, I think Nissan Tesnuts in the Ligier might have a slight edge here. The newer model tends to have some advantages in handling and speed, but you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the driver's tactics and the race conditions can flip expectations around. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Autodromo di Franciacorta Delta. Gina Jones is starting on pole, driving a classic 2012 Morgan on MP22. Let's see how she kicks off this race. Yambo has taken the lead right from the start. Gina Jones is in second place, closely followed by Killjoy DOD in third. The race is underway with a strong start from the top three. Gina Jones and Jambo are nose to tail for first place. Jackal has gained one position and is now in fourth. Ashianraton and Jackal are close together fighting for fourth place. Gina Jones is now in first place. Killjoy DOD has moved up to second. Jackal is in third. The race is heating up. Killjoy DOD has just moved up one spot to take the lead. Gina Jones is right behind, and they are battling closely for the top position. Gina Jones has just moved up to first place. Jackal is right behind in second. They are closing in on each other, making for a tight battle for the lead. Rosalia Adha is in 9th place driving a 2017 Orica 07 Acura. Their race looks steady so far with no major moves or issues reported. New for Life is currently in the 8th place, driving a 2017 Mazda RT 24P. Their race seems steady with no major moves yet. Jackal has just moved up one spot to take the lead. Gina Jones and Jackal are now fighting closely for first place. Killjoy D and Gina Jones are also in a tight contest for second. Jackal is dropping back to 20th place. Killjoy DOD is moving up to first place. Ashenriton is climbing to 3rd place. Deplorable is advancing to 5th place. Playboy Carti and Deplorable are battling closely for 5th. Mist 149 and Nissan Thesnuts are fighting hard for 10th. Move for Life is now in the lead, pulling ahead of Killjoy DOD. They are side by side, racing for the top spot. Jambo is storming ahead, overtaking 19 cars to reach the lead. Killjoy D and Jambo are battling closely for the top spot. Maya is climbing up one position to sit in 4th place. Rosalia Adha is climbing fast, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ashenriton is dropping back, now in 18th position. Killjoy DOD has moved up one spot to lead the race in 1st place. Ashenriton is driving a 2017 Dallara P217. They are currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:11.196. The race seems competitive for Ashenriton so far. Congratulations on your win. Well done on a fantastic race. Congratulations to Killjoy DOD on winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Killjoy DOD for the fastest lap. You can claim the 2017 Orica 07 Gibson. Naiba. You did an excellent job winning the bet race, so you get to claim the 2011 Oreca 03R. Deplorably, Apple, you took the most overtakes today, so you can also claim the 2017 Oreca 07 Gibson. Awesome racing, everyone! Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up that we're doing some stream maintenance right now. It'll only be a few minutes, and then we'll be right back with all the racing action. Thanks for your patience and hang tight.